Hello, and welcome to a subsidiary channel, as I should call it, of the Argyle Way. That is me, myself, Liam, and the two Harveys, England and R14. But this is one of my separate channels, the Cornish Janner. Not one of my other separate channels, the Samurai Duke. That is everything else related outside of Plymouth Argyle, even like football, like the Premier League and etc. And also anything else I make media and sports related in general. But no, welcome to this stream. If you have just joined us, Liam has kindly come to join me tonight for this stream tonight, and we are basically, because I haven't had much time to do this season so far, and this is getting me prepped for tomorrow, because tomorrow we've got two guests from Oxford United joining us on the Argyle Way for a preview for the game between Plymouth and Oxford on Tuesday night. Game I can't even more wait. I can't even. How do I explain this? I'm looking forward to it even more now after the bloody Sheffield Wednesday postponements on Saturday. But yeah, we're gonna review each, not just Plymouth season so far, but all of the 24 clubs so far this season. And on the other side of my screen, I've got the match highlights from each game, and well, me and Liam are just going to talk about it the whole time, really. So, how are you feeling anyway, Liam?
Yeah, I'm fine. I will see you anyway. I'm good.
Yeah, no, lovely stuff. So, yeah, we're going to be reviewing rounds 1 all the way to round 7 from each team so far, including Liam's famous trip away to Derby County in round 7. As we all know, that was a wonderful result for Argyle, but we will get to that game later on in the stream once we get to round 7. So to kick off, we have the very first round of the season. And the first game that has come up on my Google feed in the background is a game in the east of England. It is a yellow team hosting a white team as Cambridge United host MK Dons. So this is going to be interesting. Now this is a ground that Pieface has ranked as a very absolutely tin pot away day. Cambridge United.
By the way, don't show the clips. You'll get copyrighted.
No. It won't be shown. It will just be our faces here. So this is Cambridge versus MK Dons. Now at the start of the game, it's actually Dons who had the ball. In fact, they make the first chance here. They appeal for a penalty, but that's no way a penalty. That he went down so easy. But that hit the bar. That was a good chance for MK Dons so far. Cambridge have had none of the ball so far. So, although having said that, if you look at the table now, of course, Cambridge have had a fantastic start to this season. As we'll look into their games further on into this stream. But so far into this game, this is all the way back in the 31st of July, of course.
30.
MK Dons really gave Cambridge a game in this, wouldn't you say, Liam?
Yeah, they did. I mean, to be fair, Cambridge, like they are now, they're in very good form.
Having said that, though, Cambridge just had their first chance there in this highlight section, and they did get a goal. I think that's their number 26 for Cambridge United. I should be knowing the players' names off by heart. Not the best with that for memory. Harvey Nibbs, that's it. It was Harvey Nibbs with the goal for Cambridge, firing them into that 1-0 win and 1-0 lead over MK Dons. But how would you say... Now, of course, MK Dons have a different number 9 this season because Scott Twine has departed to Burnley. How do you think... That's a big loss, you'd say, for MK Dons, isn't it? For a team that nearly got promoted as well to the Championship.
Yeah, for a team that almost got promoted to the Championship. But to be fair, Scott Twine, I don't know why they sold him. I really don't know why. Yeah,
honestly, I think there's a really, but it's a hard one because obviously MK Dons have tried everything they can to hold on to Scott Twine, but he's obviously gone to Burnley now. He's obviously not. He's decided not to turn down a Championship club. Wout Weghorst has gone on loan as well from Burnley, so I think that factor might be involved in as well. But that was a solid first game for Cambridge. 1-0 winners over MK Dons. MK Dons clearly missing Scott Twine at the moment. The next game we had from round 1, we had Morecambe versus Shrewsbury. And Morecambe are tipped as one of the league's relegation favourites, actually, and they haven't had the best of starts at all so far. I'm just rambling on while I'm waiting for these adverts to finish. But yeah, no, Morecambe's first game in Lancashire was against Shrewsbury Town, and my days, that's appalling conditions. Look at that, it's soaking up in Lancashire, but Morecambe have a chance here. It's saved by the Shrewsbury goalkeeper, and the Shrews defence clear it. But no, where did you have Morecambe going before going into this season, Liam? Like predictions wise,
I didn't do predictions as.
Oh, you didn't do predictions.
As a
Oh,
video,
okay.
but to be fair, I would have put them going down anyway. To be honest with you.
Yeah, no, I will be honest, and no offense to any Morecambe fans that do end up tuning into this stream, I did actually also have Morecambe to go down. And I know a lot of YouTubers did as well, which is a shame because they're a good club. I've seen, even though I've never been to Morecambe's ground, of course, I've seen from what I've seen on the internet and YouTube and social media and everywhere, their atmosphere is really good as well. I remember watching Pie Face's ranking away days, and he said Morecambe was one of the best he's been to. But they clear it away there from Shrewsbury. Shrewsbury is a ground I have been to though, and to be honest, I didn't think it was that bad at all.
Same.
So no, I think it's a good ground, Shrewsbury. Plymouth don't play Shrewsbury till like the end of the season or something. It's one of our last away games.
Should be winning that.
Oh no, we won there 3-0, didn't we, last season?
That was not that game.
Yeah, no, that was one of our early games last season, and we demolished them at their ground.
Yeah.
But no, but also I'll be gutted if Morecambe go down anyway, because I have to be honest, a former hero of Argyle now manages the Shrimps. Derek Adams, a man who took us back up to League One after those horrible seasons in League Two, all the way back in 2017. But no, that game ended a 0-0 draw between Morecambe and Shrewsbury. Both teams had chances, but none of them had a chance of getting into goal, and no wonder it stayed goalless. Now the next game was, even before the game the game played, it was predicted to be one-sided. Wycombe hosted Burton Albion, and my days, I was not expecting this at all. Burton have had a dreadful start to this season. I don't know what has happened to Burton, Liam. I mean, this is Wycombe already. Oh, look at that already from Wycombe's number 7, already slotting the ball into the bottom right post there for the Chairboys. David Wheeler already giving Wycombe the lead there, and Burton just have no answer. But what has happened to Burton so far this season, Liam? Honestly,
I mean, to be honest, I thought there's going to be like mid-table again this season, but
yeah, because they were mid-table last season, and they were in the Championship a few seasons ago as well. But there we go. That's a second goal there from Wycombe. They double their lead immediately. That's Wycombe's number 11, Mehmeti. I think that's how you pronounce it. I can see Sam Vokes has gone up to him and given him a lovely cuddle there. That's sweet. And it's Mehmeti, that's it, the midfielder from Albania. He's the man that doubled Wycombe's lead there. But I'm just looking at that repeat of that goal there for the Chairboys, as Ainsworth is absolutely delighted with him there. It just looks easy for them. Burton's defence are all over the place, and they're just not putting the effort in. And Hasselbank's been sacked already. And didn't we say this in one of our streams so far this season? Is that Hasselbank, I swear, has been spending more time in the Sky Sports studio than for his own club.
Yeah, he has, yeah.
And I think that's one of the contributing factors to why he's been sacked from Burton. But here's the third goal from Wycombe. Oh, what a goal that is. Top right corner. That's bang. Straight in there. But no, an easy 3 points for Wycombe at the start of the season. 3-0 winners. Here's Burton having a chance now. It wasn't far off, to be fair, but no, honestly, they should not be conceding goals like that. Honestly, it's been a dreadful start. Been a dreadful start to the season for Burton, and we will see in the fixtures they've had so far going into this the rest of this stream on why they've been dreadful so far. Although, having said that, they have another chance here, trying to get past that Wycombe midfield and defence. No way through. Shots too wide. Wycombe comfortable 3-0 winners in their opening game of the season. The next game for the opening round of the season, and this is one of my mates has been non-stop talking to me about. It's I think people called it the highlight of the first round of the season. It was at Hillsborough. Sheffield Wednesday hosted Pompey. It ended a 3-3 draw, an absolute goal fest. One of my mates who is a Pompey fan, he actually messaged me at the time saying, "Oh, we should have won that. We should have won that at the end." It did give Wednesday a game as well, and these are two of the playoff promotion favourites as well. But this was an interesting game at Hillsborough. But I think Sheffield Wednesday are very similar to us. They're very good at home, but away is where they really struggle. And we will see that in the rest of this stream coming by because they did lose away to Peterborough, especially.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they scored the first goal there straight away. Not going to lie, I do quite like Pompey's away kit, even though it's blimmin' Pompey. But Pompey already level it in to make it 1-1. This is such a goal fest, this was. Honestly, I think this game here, Liam, alone, and that's already 2-1 Wednesday. What a finish that is there. But I think this game alone here already, even though it was the very first round of the season, I think this fixture alone here at Hillsborough between Wednesday and Pompey is literally a benefiting factor into why these two are 100% as it stands title rivals going into the rest of League One so far. I don't know if you'd agree with me on that. But I'm hoping us boys in green have something to say about those two.
It's a thing with Pompey. They start well and then they just fade away.
They do have a habit of doing that. Last season, I thought they did a bit of both because there were games at the start of the season that they were doing so well at. They dismantled Sunderland in one of the games. And then there was other games where, and I went to one of their games as a neutral as well. They got absolutely demolished by Ipswich at home, 4-0. And I've never heard an atmosphere around me in my life with the biggest amount of boos I've ever heard. I couldn't blame them because it was a shocking performance from Pompey. Even my mate left at the fourth goal.
Wow. Crazy.
Yeah, no, that's how these games like that costed Pompey season as well. But no, that was an interesting game. 3-3, but also Sheffield Wednesday had a man down because Lee Gregory got sent off right at the end of the game, if you remember. I'm going to look at the challenge again. I'm going to see if I thought this was a red card or not. I mean, he did bring the Pompey player right into the penalty box. Bring down the Pompey player into the penalty box. But he got given a second yellow. Yeah, second yellow straight into a red card. But yeah, no, honestly, that was a goal fest, that game between those two.
Yeah,
and they're two teams we genuinely have got to still play this season. One of them we would have played already this season if it wasn't for Saturday's postponements. But it is what it is. Nothing we can do about that. Now on to another team in blue who I think are going to be title candidates into this season. The Posh, Peterborough United. Their first game was away to Cheltenham Town, and this was another goal fest. Cheltenham, even though they lost this game, they didn't make this easy for Peterborough because this game ended 3-2 to Posh.
Yeah, and Cheltenham was 2-0 up in this game.
They were, and no, look at that. Look at that. As we can see by Cheltenham's first goal here, that defending from Peterborough there was shambolic.
It was, yeah.
I couldn't believe that, and it's stuff like this it's stuff like this where what we need to watch out for going into this season because of course we don't want to concede sloppy goals like that. See what I mean? Cheltenham went 2-0 up so early, and Peterborough, I think, are another one of those teams who are very similar to Argyle and Sheffield Wednesday at the moment into this season. They're finding it really hard to get points away at the moment.
I think Mr. Harvey's coming on, my cousin.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That sounds good. And then, yeah, this is where Peterborough fight back. So this is where Cheltenham's defence have got nothing to do there. Cheltenham, for me, are a difficult one this season because a lot of people had them to go down this season, but a lot of people have also had them to just stay up. The reason why I predicted Cheltenham to just stay up was because they have kept their outstanding goal scorer, Alfie May. And I think if they sold Alfie May, I think that it would have been a really, really tricky season for them. However, having said that, Cheltenham have sold the manager that took them to that terrific season for them last season, Michael Duff. That's it. Yeah, he's gone to Barnsley now. So it depends how Cheltenham do without him, really.
Yeah.
But that was
to be honest, Cheltenham should survive, and I think they will survive.
Yeah.
And I think we have to go into both games against them thinking not that it's going to be an easy 3 points, but thinking we should win because we beat them last season on Boxing Day.
We did. We beat them both, didn't we? We beat them both legs, didn't we?
Yeah. Convincingly.
Yeah, they are a game. They are a team we should be beating both times. I completely agree. And
it's those types of games we could slip up.
Yeah.
And for example, the home games as well, like Atkinson, Shrewsbury, Lincoln, and all those other teams, we have to pick points up at home against the 4 teams because if we don't, it's going to be damaging for the playoffs.
Oh, exactly. Oh, I've just seen Harvey's on. Shall I add him on? Yeah. Okie dokie. Yeah, there we go. Hello, Harvey. How you doing?
Yeah, good.
We're just we're reviewing the season so far.
Yeah.
We're currently we're currently looking at the first round right now. We've just been talking about Cheltenham's 3-2 defeat to Peterborough at the very start of the season. But no, I was just saying the reason why I've gone with Cheltenham to stay up was because even though they've lost Michael Duff to Barnsley, they have kept their goal scorer Alfie May, and like Liam's just said, it's games like this where we need to watch out for because we can't afford to slip these up. And like Liam's saying, we lost at home to Lincoln last season, for example. Yeah. And it's games like that we just cannot afford to slip up at all.
Yeah, definitely. As we've done that for loads of seasons, really. Like last season, we bottled a lot. We bottled some games that were like, how after they lose that game, they should be winning that game. But I bet it's like that for most teams, though. They have a blip, and they simple as that. Let me just get this hat off quick. But What?
I said you don't look like Mug with the hat on. Could you have it sideways?
Well, what like that then?
Yeah, that's all right. That's fine.
Oh, it's showing my hair.
Yeah. I was just gonna say also, from one of our Argyle Way videos so far this season, when we were talking about how dreadful Burton have been, we've just looked at Burton's very first game of the season against Wickham, and I'll tell you what, Wickham made it look absolutely easy for them, even though Wickham haven't had the best of starts this season. Yeah. It just seen how dreadful Burton have been so far this season. It's been mental.
Exactly.
Okay, the next game I've got here from the very first round of the season. This game I actually had as a 1-1 draw before the game commenced, but it ended 1-0. It was at Pride Park. Derby's first game of the season was against Oxford. Ended 1-0 Derby. So yeah, I'm gonna give this a play. See how this is. Yeah, I'm basically recapping how each team have done so far this season before our Zoom call tomorrow with Nick and Jack.
Yeah.
And I need to look out for Oxford, especially considering Tuesday nights.
We
should beat them, but I've already said to Jack from the Young Fan podcast that even if we draw against Oxford on Tuesday, I think it'll be a really bad result for us either way, especially at home.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a point for Oxford at home park would be a very good result for them, regardless. Jack was even saying to me, he's confident. He thinks Oxford will get a point at home park, but I'm just like, I don't know, because we've been a fortress. We have been a fortress so far this season at home. However, there is that annoying blip. And last season at home, in some games, Rotherham, Wigan, even though those two went up, they're examples. But then, like we said already, there's other games like Lincoln at home. It's those kind of games at home we cannot afford to slip up if we want to be promoted this season.
Yeah, definitely.
But no, that's Derby just missing a chance there, trying to get a shot into the back of the net there, past the Oxford keeper. That was James Collins, the Irish forward for the Rams. Hang on a second. Sorry, bear with me. I got a little bit of
James Collins, that Irish scored against us.
Yeah, check Messenger, Liam.
Right, there we go. Yeah, that's where
Yeah, I just forgot about it.
Oh,
I had this game as a 1-1 draw, but Derby did come out as 1-0 winners. So
yeah,
I was close. Hey, what does that message say? Just forgot, Liam. I've got to go to the first day of my course at Argyle tomorrow, and it's 10:45. So don't know when I'll be back. Fair enough.
Yeah. So
I was going to say, England's Harvey has already said he can't do tomorrow. He's got stuff on.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll start the stream at 12 o'clock anyway. Having said that, should be all right, shouldn't it? 12 p.m. tomorrow. I mean, you've got the Zoom link anyway that you'll start and stuff.
Yeah, I've got the link anyways. Do you
want? No, I mean, I would have gone with a later time, but I know Jack could only do 12 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah. Do you know what? Is there a way where you can get so you don't have to, so the host doesn't have to do the recording and all that? Oh, I don't know actually.
So like me being the host or something?
Yeah.
I don't mind.
Anyone can just record, yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't mind, but it's up to you. I mean, as you've scheduled the Zoom meeting, I don't know if it'd be under your name or something.
That's the thing, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it'd have to be under your name or something. There's Derby's goal that they scored against Oxford. That was a beautiful finish there. I think that was Conor Hurahan. I think that was Hurahan that scored the goal for Derby then against Oxford. Let me double check. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was a brilliant finish by Hurahan. Not gonna lie, it actually pains me to see him at Derby because he's an ex-Argyle player, and I could do with him being in our team at the moment.
It would literally be the how do you say the missing piece in our midfield, if I'm truly honest.
In fact, he would be the Panucci Kamara replacement, really.
For sure. Yeah.
Him and Butcher in that midfield. No, that game was actually goalless the whole way through, and Oxford made it really hard for Derby. It was only that strike from Hurahan that got them the win. So that's mental. I still can't believe we beat Derby at Pride Park. But speaking about Argyle, we will be getting into Argyle's game in a second. Next, we've got another big clash from the opening round of the season. We had Ipswich against Bolton. 1-1 draw this ended up.
1-1 draw, yeah.
Ipswich are currently top of League One. Bolton are a bit further down the order. I think they're ninth in the table at the moment, Bolton.
People think they're going to get
They're
playoffs.
eighth. Yeah, they're eighth. They're just ahead of Derby.
People think they're going to get playoffs. Don't think so.
I
Oh,
think
they know what? That's
they'll finish.
interesting because I had Bolton
Where
down
did
as
they finish
playoff
last
as
season?
well.
Bolton. They finished in the top half, didn't they?
10th, I think. Something like that. I can't remember.
They might finish it a bit higher.
Where
They
did
might
they
finish it a bit
Yeah,
higher.
they finished they were either 9th or 10th last season, weren't they?
Yeah.
Who finished higher out of Pompey or Bolton? I think it was Bolton.
I think it was Bolton.
Oxford was 8th, definitely, and Ipswich was definitely 11th. Yeah, it was Bolton. Bolton finished 9th, Pompey finished 10th, Ipswich finished 11th.
Yeah.
But this is what Bolton fans have been moaning about last season completely. They've all been saying that their start of the season's been shocking, and then the second half they're absolutely brilliant, and that's what causes them costs them the playoffs.
Yeah.
Well, they did take the lead there with a penalty, but obviously Ipswich do fight back. But how good would you guys say Ipswich are right now, considering they're top of the league?
I'd say they look like the type of team like last year when Rotherham they had that amazing start.
They did, yeah,
they
they
beat
did.
us. But I think they'll end up being like a Rotherham type team. They'll be up there, but they won't win the league. But they'll probably like finish second or third or something like that because they look like that type of team. They look good.
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
I'll come back to that statement once May comes.
yeah.
But I mean, to be fair, I hope they don't win the league anyway. Now that they've got Kamara.
Sure, I do agree with you.
Although, having said that, I was saying this to Liam the other day. I said if the three get promoted next season, as it stands, are the current top three in the league: Ipswich, Pompey, and Plymouth. I'll be pretty pleased with that, to be honest.
I'll be happy with that. With that.
Not just because we're going up, but I wouldn't mind those two clubs coming up with us. And plus, also, it'd be even more funny if those three came up, Bournemouth and Southampton went down from the Premier League, and Norwich stayed in the Championship, and then next season in the Championship would be mental.
That would be nutty. For sure.
Oh no, it would be for definite. Right, we are now officially on Plymouth's first game of the season. The 1-0 win against Barnsley. I was watching this in my room back in the end of July.
I was at the game. That was my first day at work.
Oh, that was your first day at work. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was in my room watching this in the West Midlands, where my family live right now at the moment.
Yeah.
Now, when going back to looking at this, now I thought we were the much better side. First of all,
Yeah. Barnsley.
Yeah.
I didn't think Barnsley
right now.
Yeah, go
Barnsley
on.
said this on the Reds on Tour channel. They lacked clinical finishers in that game.
They did. I completely agree. They had their chances as well. I saw them hit the bar like a few times as well.
But we had a lot of good chances as well. But Finners has and Ballymumba.
It was his debut as well,
Yeah,
and he was absolutely incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Before the game, and you know what's interesting? I actually had this as a Plymouth 1-0 win as well before the game, and I don't know how the hell I got it right. But I was not expecting the Zaz to score. I was like, oh, it'll be one of our favourites, won't it? That'll get the winner for us. Hardy, Edwards, or someone like that. But honestly, Finazaz showed of what's to come already so far coming into this season in that first game against Barnsley. I mean, look at that atmosphere. Just green flares all over the place. Just makes it even more wonderful. But no, it's games like this that I think they're hit. I don't know if you guys would agree with me on this. I think they're hit and miss so far this season, Barnsley. They've had very good results, but they've also had very terrible results as well.
Yeah. Like, they've had some results where I'm like, I'm like, how have they beaten that team? And then there's some results like, how have they lost to that team? Like, they're like some teams, they're on and off. Like, they've lost to Lincoln.
Yeah.
Now, then
look at
Wickham
that through
3-0
ball there into Danny Mayer. That was absolutely brilliant from us then.
Yeah. Like, they beat Cheltenham and then they beat Bristol Rovers and they lose to Wickham.
They did. Michael Duff did beat his former side. That is very true. But no, they did lose to Wickham.
But, like, yeah. I think Barnsley is going to have one of those seasons like Bolton last season, where they can beat some of those teams.
Yeah, I completely agree. I don't think Barnsley are going to be in the playoffs at all. I will admit, when I predicted this before the start of the season, I thought this was a really harsh prediction on Barnsley, but I had Barnsley to finish 13th at the start of the season. I think because they sold a lot of their players in the summer transfer window, and they also, looking by how they did the championship last season, they were absolutely appalling in the championship last season with just 6 wins.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't have Barnsley to come back up at all. But obviously at the same time, I didn't think they'd go down either. I think they'd just be in a complete mid-table finish this season. But they have signed Michael Duff, which is, I guess, is an improvement, but I guess at the same time it's also a disadvantage on Cheltenham, because Cheltenham were absolutely fantastic under Michael Duff last season, because hence why they finished in, I think it was 14th, 15th place, mid-table, finished for Cheltenham last season. Right, and then also in round 1 of League One so far this season, we had the very first of the West Country derbies so far this season. 2 teams that Argyle don't particularly like that much. It's Bristol Rovers hosting Forest Green Rovers at the Memorial Stadium. And I know Bristol Rovers is a team Pieface absolutely can't stand. I can tell from all of his videos. And I know a lot of people had Forest Green to go straight back down this season. I had them to finish 20th, only just surviving. But I still think they're going to struggle this season no matter what, with Rob Edwards going to Watford.
For sure. Because
we're smashing at home.
Yeah, no, later on in this stream, when I do get to the game, we did smash Forest Green 3-0.
Yeah.
Of course, but Forest Green actually won this game against Bristol Rovers away, and this shell shocked me because I had this down as a Bristol Rovers home win.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, they took the lead. Bristol Rovers the Gas's defense was shocking at the start then, but Bristol Rovers I put as my surprise of the season because I had them to finish 10th, and I thought out of all the 4 promoted teams, I thought they were the ones that made the most signings. I thought Joey Barton would be a manager that would be able to keep them up. I had them as my surprise of the season, but no, they did not have a good start in their first game against Forest Green at all. I mean, they were 2-0 down there already, but they are currently 16th in the league at the moment, Bristol Rovers. So I guess not exactly where they want to be but at the same time they'll obviously be relieved they're not in the relegation zones.
Mm-hmm.
But no, where did you have Bristol Rovers to finish this season, Harvey?
For Bristol Rovers, because where did they finish last year? I think they were like
they were 3rd in League Two. They literally snatched promotion off Northampton's grasp with that 7-0 win over Scunthorpe.
I feel like because as it's their first season back in League One, they'll probably finish like probably 16th or 17th or something like that. Definitely, because obviously it's a new team coming into League One, and obviously Joey Barton is getting players that suits his team, first of all, and secondly, that is good enough to be in League One itself as well. Like Forest Green, I'm going to also put Forest Green into the conversation as well.
Oh, definitely.
With Forest Green as well, there 2 things. One, that I just don't think like their stadium overall, like obviously like our stadium as well, and or like our fan base and all that.
Yeah.
Because you do need your fans. You do need not a lot of fans, but fans to get on your team's side. Like at that game at Forest Green, you could mostly hear our fans. You could, yeah. No, honestly, when I was watching the highlights of that game, I thought it was one of the quietest atmospheres. I'm going to be honest, I've ever heard in my life. It was absolutely so quiet. I couldn't believe it. And Forest Green, I think they've gotten promoted like very like through the past 5 or 6 years. I think they came from National League all the way up to League One.
They came into League Two it was 2017, the year we got promoted to League One under Derek Adams, and then they've been in League Two that whole time until this season.
Yeah, which is, if I'm going to be honestly say, I'm going to say because that is pretty quick with the stadium that they've got.
Yeah, the new law. Yeah.
I don't know if they've ever been in League Two or League One before, but
I think when they got promoted in 2017, I think it's the first time they've ever been in League Two, because they were saying on Sky Sports back in April that this is their first ever time into the third tier.
Yeah, so this is new for a team like this, as you could tell with the stadium that they got. It's like 3,000. It looks like a 3,000 capacity stadium.
Yeah, no, it does.
But
I think the aim for Forest Green at the moment is to just simply stay in the Football League.
Just stay in the Football League.
Two other West Country teams we know, Torquay United and Yeovil Town, have both completely failed.
What other teams can I say about this? Like Wrexham, they probably will get promoted. But another good example is Salford, because look how quick they got up the Football Leagues. They got promoted 4 times in a row. In quick succession.
Where are Salford in the League Two table at the moment? I'm going to double check.
They're in the top 7 or 8, aren't they?
They're fourth. Leighton Orient are top. Stevenage is second. Barrow are third. Now, they are two teams I did not expect to be second and third, Stevenage and Barrow, because they both did shockingly last season. Mm-hmm. The team I had going up was Northampton. I had Northampton to win it after just missing out last season, but they are currently fifth at the moment.
Every season in every league, there's always one team that you think... Look at the Championship, for example. There was Barnsley. I think Barnsley were in the playoffs before, and then it was Luton last year. There's always one team that's always going to be up there that you do.
Look at Huddersfield now so far this season. They're already in the relegation zone, and it's the same with Reading. Reading, if it wasn't for Derby's financial troubles, Reading would be in League One right now. But
they would be in League One
at the moment. They're in the top 6 in the Championship.
Yeah, that's how quick. But it's about taking the bad form, but then the next season you're changing that into from a blip of bad form to a blip of a very good form. Like they're coming out of that blip of bad form into good form.
Exactly. That's why I had Derby in my League One predictions to finish 8th, because I thought they might need time to adjust to League One or something. They could be one of those teams, and that's why I had Derby to just miss out in the playoffs, because I knew everyone else was going for Derby to get promoted back up straight away, but I just wanted to go differently, of course.
Mm-hmm. It's a league that they haven't been in a long time, I swear, Derby, because I remember they were in the Premier
Exactly, no, I haven't seen them in League One in years. In fact, I'm going to be honest, I don't think I've seen them in League One in my lifetime until this season.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, should we go on to the next game?
Yeah, on to the next game. Yeah, we were talking about 2 promoted teams, Forest Green and Bristol Rovers, both in the West Country. The next promoted team I'm talking about, also in the West Country, it's our arch rivals. Their first game, Exeter, was away to Lincoln at St Hill Bank, and this ended a 1-1 draw. And I remember watching the highlights for this. I'll tell you what, Exeter, and I'm going to be honest, I'm going to put it out here right now, I think Exeter have proved so many people wrong so far this season.
100%.
I mean, that clinical finish there that took them the lead at Lincoln's ground literally sums up their start of the season already.
For sure. Yeah.
Everyone, they hardly made any transfers either. Everyone had Exeter, apart from me, I didn't have them to go down, but a lot of people had Exeter to go straight back down to League Two this season.
Yes.
Argyle fan.
Yeah. probably because of that as well. But no, they have been fantastic so far this season. As we see 2 red and white teams battle it out. But as for Lincoln, on the other hand, they haven't exactly had the best of starts. But I've been hearing Lincoln fans say this every single season now. Well, when I say that, the last 2 seasons, they can't score enough goals at the moment.
This is what I'm going to honestly say about Exeter. I'm going to talk about Exeter first. With Exeter, from what I watched, they're the type of team that is like trying to implement a style from the higher leagues, where they press their defense all the way back. and they can't give them enough room. I've noticed that, and I've watched that from the MK Dons game when they played against MK Dons.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like it is working. It is working for them very, very well. But it's about how long is that going to work for, and will it work for the most of the season? Because right now it is winning them games, but it's losing them games like Cheltenham, like you wouldn't expect them to lose.
Yeah, that was a game I did not expect Exeter to lose at all, and they were home as well. So that'll be talking about in a second. But then again, of course, there's been other games. They absolutely outclassed Wickham this season at Exeter's ground at St James's Park. I tend to call it the Park because I don't like confusing their ground with Newcastle's all the time.
Yeah. Because the way they played against Wickham, I feel like Wickham tried to play a style where they feel like Exeter won't do anything against them. We'll try. What possession did they have? I'll have a look what possession they had in that game. Because I bet they tried to play a way where they tried to push them high up the field.
No, I'll tell you what though. That first game for Exeter though against Lincoln away, I actually had this as a 2-2 draw before the game. I thought, you know what? I think Exeter are going to give Lincoln a really hard time here. And they did as well. And they took the lead as well. They got the point at Sinshill Bank. And I think that's a very good result for them. And I think they'll take that when they do the return leg against Lincoln in the second half of the season at St James's Park, thinking they'll try and aim for 3 points there.
Yeah.
So, no, if I was... Obviously, me being an Argyle fan, and I never will be, but if I was an Exeter fan in that scenario, in that Lincoln game, I would be absolutely delighted with that point against Lincoln for the very first game. Coming back into League One for the first time since 2012.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, here's two red teams that did finish right next to each other in the League One table last season. Charlton's first game was away to Accrington Stanley. This ended 2 apiece. This did, and this is what Jake, the Sheffield Wednesday fan, was talking to us the other day before the game got postponed. When we were predicting the Charlton Exeter game, I went with a Charlton home win. However, we were saying this throughout the stream. Charlton, we think, are very inconsistent at the moment. Away, they're terrible, but at home, they're an absolute fortress. And I know we've been saying that about Wednesday, us, and Peterborough, but Charlton haven't been the same level as those three so far this season, even though having said that, they did thrash us 5-1. But still, like in other games so far this season, Charlton have not been the same level as the other three I've just mentioned, Plymouth, Sheffield Wednesday, and Peterborough.
Yeah, exactly. They remind me of...
In fact, I think they also remind me of Barnsley. I think they're hit and miss at the moment, Charlton.
Yeah. They remind me of one of those teams where they can absolutely just walk the park on teams at home, but then away, their team just loses it, just loses the plot.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah, for sure.
No, pretty much that.
Yeah,
and they're also, and this is where they're also very similar to Barnsley. They've also had a management change coming into this season because, of course, the former Swindon manager Ben Garner's now taken charge of them. So I think they're going to go for a similar style to what Barnsley have been trying to do so far this season. But no, that was a frustrating start for them, though, a 2-2 draw away at Accrington Stanley. But I think for Stanley's perspective, going after last season, I think they would have went in. I think Stanley would have gone into that game against Charlton, hoping for a point at least anyway, because. I mean, we saw Accrington Stanley finish last season. They finished 12th last season. They were absolutely incredible last season.
Yeah.
And I think if I was an Accrington Stanley fan, I would have gone into that first game against Charlton, one of what you'd call the biggest clubs in League One at the moment, having a point at least, regardless if you're home or away anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, they're currently Charlton are currently 12th mid-table at the moment. Accrington Stanley are currently 19th. So maybe not the start Stanley would have hoped for.
Which you wouldn't expect from, if I'm going to talk about Accrington Stanley, because last season, I think they had if I'm not mistaken. I think they had a slower start. I think they had a slow start. I can't remember. But it's like this season. They're having a slow start, but I think they'll be that team where they'll get a couple of wins, and then it'll just be right back down. It was like Plymouth when we first got promoted, like a couple of years ago. We was winning games, but then our goal difference, and we were losing games. Our goal difference was going.
But we did have a dreadful start though, didn't we? Because we were rock bottom for like 20 games or something, and then we climbed all the way back up.
Yeah, we climbed all the way back up.
Yeah.
And with Charlton, mid-table, I thought, to be honest, I actually thought they were fourth because that's how well they've been playing. I thought they were higher than that. I was shocked when I heard they were 12th. I'm like, so they beat us 5-1, and then they go and beat, I think it was Derby. I think they beat Derby.
They did beat Derby. They beat Derby 1-0. In fact, we're going to go on to that in a few games' time. I'm now currently on Port Vale Fleetwood to wrap up the first round of the season. But yeah, no, they did. You're right. They did beat Derby 1-0. This
season. Your match, it's almost 10 to them.
But I'm slow, so I think this was expected anyway, and I do talk a lot. But it's all right. I look, honestly, guys, I could drone on for hours about football.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that's where Derby have also been similar to us. They also failed to win at the Valley. It just shows you how hard some away games can honestly be.
Yeah.
Port Vale though, they won their first game against Fleetwood 2-1, and out of the 4 teams that got promoted, Port Vale were the one actually that I had to go straight back down.
Because they're a team that is obviously, I don't think they've been in League One for years. They're that type of team that's trying to, like, obviously try and rebuild their squad from the promotion last year, and this season, don't know if they've brought in any players or taken any players out. I think it's their season where they're basically just trying to hold it out for this season. If they do well this season, see what they can do next season. Simple as that. It's
I was just going to say, sorry, the last time they were in League One was around 2016.
Yeah. So they're basically, because from 2016, they were obviously, I think they were trying to, because I think, where did they come from? I think it was obviously from League Two, but they're the type of team that wants to try and reach the championship. But at the moment, I feel like
they have reached the second tier before.
They have reached the second tier before, but I feel like they'll be in League One for many years. I have a feeling they'll be one of the teams that will hang in League One for many years, for sure.
Yeah, no, I could see that, to be fair. Yeah. I think the goal really, and I think this is the same goal for all of the 4 teams that have just got promoted. Their aim was 100% to be surviving.
Yeah, for sure,
without a shadow of a doubt. That will be their aim. Will be to knock teams that finished around those lower parts last season, like Fleetwood, Morecambe, Shrewsbury, Lincoln, for example. That's what they'll want to do: is push some of those teams into that bottom 4, relegated into League Two.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I'm actually while we're talking about Fleetwood, actually, as I watched Port Vale beat Fleetwood 2-1, of course, very good start for Port Vale there. Fleetwood, they've actually had a better start than what I thought. They're currently 15th in the table, but and me included, I had them to go straight down. I had them to go down this season because they just survived on goal difference last season, which caused Gillingham to go down.
They were one of my favourites to go. They were basically one of my favourites to go down, or maybe slightly survive again, because it's like Argyle a couple of years ago, when they were on the way down, and then they survived on goal difference, and then we were pretty close again, but then we were slowly on the rebuild back up. But with Morecambe, I think that if they don't survive this season, then they will be in the mud, if I'm truly honest. Because
do you think Derek Adams will stay if they go down?
No.
No, I don't think.
I don't think so. I don't think so. He didn't survive when Plymouth went down.
That is very true. But at the same time, also, we were very unfortunate to stay down as well, because we did go down on goal difference. And having said that, also, that 2018-19 season, easily one of the three, Plymouth, Wimbledon, or Southend, could have gone down that season. And the reason why Southend stayed up was because they won their last game. And the reason why we went down was because even though we lost, Wimbledon also lost their last game. But it was the game we had beforehand where we lost 5-1 to Accrington Stanley. And I think that's what caused us to go down.
Yeah.
Which
and
was
I just
an
noticed with
low.
Morecambe's goal difference last season, they scored 57 and conceded 88, which is the most in the league last season. So obviously you could tell their defensive record is very, very shocking.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah. But this season, the most is Burton with 20, and they're on 12, which is not the most. But and they haven't won a game, which is bad. But if they can at least get that first win, then, which is a thing for Morecambe, they should try and build on that after that first win. It depends when it comes, because their defensive record is, from what I saw last year and this year, it's shocking.
It is
really, really shocking.
Only two teams haven't won a game yet this season, and that's Burton and Morecambe. Everyone else has at least won a game this season.
Yeah.
As we go on to the second round of the season, finally, we kicked off round 2 with 2 yellow teams facing each other. Oxford taking on Cambridge, not the boat race, obviously, League One. And Oxford won this game 1-0. This kicked off Oxford's season, their first win of the season. But they're But obviously, looking at the table so far, Cambridge have had a much better start to this season than Oxford have. A much better start.
Yeah. Oxford, they were obviously playoffs.
And that's why I had them to finish 7th. I had them to finish 7th this season because I thought they would just miss out, but I didn't think they'd have enough to just get in the playoffs. But I'm not going to lie, I do rate Carl Robinson as a manager. I think he's a brilliant manager, not going to lie.
Yeah. Last season, I know we beat them twice. I think we did
do the double over Oxford. We've done the
double over them twice. But the way Oxford play, they do have a very good style of their play. And they do
unlike Cambridge. Cambridge were literally our bogey team last season. They did the double over us last season. We couldn't beat Cambridge at all last season.
And that done us over. But Cambridge-wise, I feel like this will probably be Cambridge's season that they'll probably finish their highest. I think they'll finish their highest this season. For sure.
Oh no, definitely. They've been
Cambridge are. They're 5th, and last season. That's Peterborough. And last season, where did they finish?
Well, they don't like each other anyway, do they? Cambridge and Peterborough.
Cambridge finished 14th.
They did, yeah. Cambridge had a solid season, I thought, last season.
Yeah. So I feel like this season, they will obviously finish higher than last year, but I feel like they'll finish way higher than last year. They'll probably finish top half of the table, maybe near the playoffs, definitely, because I feel like they're on the bit of a rise. They're one of those teams that will finish high, but if they don't ever get promoted or get in the playoffs,
who are them up?
Cambridge. Oh. If they don't get either in the playoffs or don't get in the playoffs, I feel like they'll be next season after that. They'll be like the Luton, the Barnsley of the Championship. Yeah. They'll go down. It will be like that. It will be like that. But I feel like they'll be up there this season for sure.
Do you think this was a penalty, guys, during the Oxford-Cambridge game? So Oxford's number 11 forward, Marcus Brown, got brought down by one of Cambridge's defenders, Lloyd Jones, just into the penalty box. Would you say back then, second game of the season, of course, for them, was that a penalty, would you say? Or do you think Marcus Brown went too down too easily?
I'll have a look at this.
Pardon?
I'd say it was a pen, to be honest with
you. What minute was it in?
It was Oxford. It was in Oxford 1, Cambridge 0. But in the I'm on the match highlights at the moment. It's 56 seconds into the video, but I can see the Oxford fans are screaming in the background, and then the referee doesn't give it. And Marcus Brown, I'm going to have to do an impression of Marcus Brown here, and this is why I love doing my football impressions on streams. Marcus Brown literally just looks at the crowd like this, not getting what he wanted.
Yeah, I see. I just had it on point as well. I just had it on point. But yeah, it's one really where it'll get given in another game, but it doesn't get given in that game. It's like
again, it shows it's not just in the Premier League where referees are inconsistent. It happens in the Plymouth EFL as well. Yeah. Even happens in my mate's Isle of Wight Saturday League as well.
Yeah, but then, but it's like, I'm going to add VAR to this as well. But then we moan at VAR when they disallow a free kick, they give away a free kick, or they don't give a free kick. But then when the free kick's not given from the ref, you're like, how the hell was that not given? Like in League One or the Championship. But then in the Premier League, they will give it from VAR, and then they'll be like, how on earth is that a foul? Like nothing's right. Nothing's right these days. Nothing's right. If I'm truly honest, this is why VAR sometimes I'm like, why is it? Like, they just need to get proper people in on VAR. Like, the United game, I didn't think that was a foul.
Oh, no, definitely.
From regard, it wasn't.
Oh, no. Did you see? I know it's a bit off topic from League One, but, like, did you see United against, it was Real Sociedad, wasn't it, just last week gone? They had a decision going against
the biggest disgrace I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, no, my mate Sean, who's also a United fan, he was saying exactly the same thing. And I looked at the highlights and I was like, how on earth did they not give that? I couldn't blame Sean for being
hit him there, and then hits his arm around here, which shouldn't even be handball anyways. And the referee's obviously he's either blind in one eye or he actually just properly cannot see, because it's ridiculous how he gave that. You can't give that in any fucking football game.
Oh no, exactly. It's
ridiculous.
It's absolutely it's bizarre, honestly. I'm looking at the comments, see if we've had any comments. No, we haven't, not yet.
I think we did have a comment on Derby. I think we had a comment on Derby.
When Derby played Oxford.
No, when Derby played Plymouth on the Argyle Way channel.
Oh, on the Argyle Way. Oh no, I meant on here so far. But I don't think
no worries.
But no, just to see if anyone has.
I'm going to get a comment from the Derby. So this is what he said. So he said, can't fault you for the victory, well deserved, but calling our supporters for empty seats and calling it the empty had when we had 26 to 27,000 fans in, week out, home and have sold practically every away game this season is a bit OTT, ain't it? It's League One.
Fair, I wouldn't call Pride Park that far. No.
Well, remember, we're Argyle fans, so we can.
It's true, but I don't think Derby are Man City's level just yet.
No.
In fact,
remember, it is League One.
In fact, Man City aren't even Forest Green's level yet.
Yeah, but like,
what other quiet home fixtures have I been to? Southampton, they're quiet. Brighton, they're quiet. They're both very quiet in my opinion. Southampton and Brighton.
And how the fuck has Bournemouth got a stadium like that in the Premier League?
I rated the other night. I know this is a little bit ignorant from me because I know a lot of these stadiums in this country. I haven't obviously been able to watch a football game at yet, but I basically from what I tried to do from my own personal experience and also from what everyone says on the internet and social media and basically what every football fan says, I tried to look at research on this. I basically ranked 100 clubs into what Pieface did on his video last year when he ranked away days, and I put and this is what these are the clubs that I ended up putting in absolutely elite for an away day, and I'll get a lot of people disagreeing with me here, but this is what I ended up putting. I put in absolutely elite: Aston Villa, Blackpool, Crystal Palace, Huddersfield, Ipswich, Leeds, Newcastle, Nottingham Forest, Plymouth, Portsmouth, Sheffield Wednesday, Southend, Sunderland, and Wolves.
I agree. To be honest, even the rivalry between Portsmouth and Plymouth, away day like that, I agree with. Because they're both
I have to as well. I Portsmouth, for me, one of the most irritating clubs in the whole league. But I've been to Fratton Park a few times now. It's one of the grounds I have been to.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. It's one of the best atmospheres I've ever heard in my life. And I hate to say this as well, because obviously I went to the game last season at Home Park with Plymouth and Portsmouth. we sung our lungs out, but I hate to say this, and I was sat next to the Pompey fans as well. Obviously, I was in the Argyle end, but the Pompey fans were right on the left of me. But I hate to say it, they absolutely outsung us. Not saying that we didn't sing, because we definitely sing. We sing all the time. We're Argyle.
We sing all the time, yeah. We sing all the time.
I hate to say it, Pompey were phenomenal at home park. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
And, well, they've got the bellman as well, haven't they? That they always bring with them.
Exactly, he's a proper bellend.
and then there were clubs I put in absolutely tin pot, like Birmingham, Colchester, Forest Green, Gillingham, Wickham, Reading. They're examples, but I don't know. I mean, like, I will properly be able to judge all this once I've actually been to every single club in this country. But from what I've seen on the internet and some of my own personal experiences, it's that's what I ended up going for. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But no,
I would have loved. I know it got cancelled and all, but I would have loved to experience that Sheffield Wednesday game because I would have loved to.
We will do though.
I didn't go to the one. I didn't go to the one last year because I didn't know what it was like. But I would have loved to see the experience.
But it won't sell out though.
I think this late winner here from Oxford pretty much sums up the start of their season. They got a late winner here against Cambridge, obviously a very good late winner because it got them the 3 points, but they only just sneaked away with 3 points here. And then there were other games this season that they should have at least got a point against, but they got nothing from that they lost. Like they lost away to Bristol Rovers this season. And I saw the Young Fan Podcast's video and he said the performance from Oxford was absolutely embarrassing against Bristol Rovers.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that was a hard fought 1-0 win there for Oxford. Shrewsbury hosted Accrington Stanley, and in this match, Shrewsbury had a man sent off.
How do you say the name again? Only joking.
Tom Flanagan. Tom Flanagan got sent off for Shrewsbury in what was a 1-0 win for the men from Lancashire in red, Accrington Stanley, and
are we still on match day 1, by the way? We're on match day 2.
No, we're on match day 2. We are. I know we're quite slow, but we have got ahead of match day 1, which is the main thing.
Good.
I think
that's snail's pace, but we're getting there.
You can blame me for rambling. You can blame me for rambling on about away days and Manchester United, but
it's better.
I will talk about football non-stop.
It's more content.
Yeah,
exactly.
The more content, the better.
Yeah. But no, Shrewsbury against Accrington Stanley. I can see from here. Well, I mean, Shrewsbury had a chance straight away going into this game, which was saved by the Accrington Stanley goalkeeper.
Did he get sent off for that?
No, not Tom Flanagan. Didn't get sent off for that. No. But he'll show Flanagan's red card. I'm pretty sure in a minute. All right, here's Stanley with a chance. Have they, I should know this, but have they signed a midfielder to replace Matt Butcher in their team, Stanley?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I'll have a look. I will have a look at their,
They probably
have a look. I'll have a look and see who they have signed this season.
Oh, that's a lovely header. That's a lovely header.
They haven't signed anybody because they're timber.
They have. They've signed 2 central midfielders. Matt Lowe from Brackley Town. A free transfer.
That's just not go there.
Brackley Town are in the National League North, so they're all the way down in the 6th tier of English football.
I can understand.
And the other central midfielder they have signed is a man from Liberia called Mohamed Sangair. I think that's how you pronounce it, but they've signed him from Newcastle.
Newcastle, yeah.
And that was a free transfer as well.
Yeah. Shrewsbury. Because last season they were low end, weren't they?
Who did they sign?
Shrewsbury were, yeah. But they I think the way I saw Shrewsbury season, they were too good to go down, but they were terrible to go up or at least challenge for mid-table.
Yeah. They're that just it's like that it's like that annoying lingering person that you see all the time. You're like,
you know who they're like? They're
hello,
like
mate.
Southampton.
And you're like,
they're like the Southampton of League One, Shrewsbury. They're the Southampton of League One, Shrewsbury.
Shrewsbury's just that they're like a person that you just don't you say hello to, and they're like, why the fuck is he there all the time? They're that person. They're always there. They're always there. Shrewsbury, because they're that always team that they're the team that they're always be in the same league. They won't go up or down.
No. I've gone with them to be in League One.
I can remember FIFA 12. FIFA 12.
Here's where the red card is. Here's where the red card is for Tom Flanagan.
Yeah,
so
he fell
the goalkeeper collides with the Shrewsbury player. The Shrewsbury player has a go at the goalkeeper. Oh, it's hell up. It's basically it's a punch up. It's a punch up. Flanagan grabs one of the Stanley players. I couldn't see who it was.
That's why the referee gave him a yellow, and then he brings out the yellow again, and then gives them the red.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm looking at the moment. Yeah, number 16 for Accrington Stanley. Again, I should know this off by heart on who that is. Fuck's sake! Where's the bloody
Accrington Stanley?
Where's the bloody player names? There we go. Harvey Rogers. Harvey Rogers goes down for Stanley. I think, not going to lie, I think he went down really easily. I don't know I think he's looking for the red card. Yeah, there we go. It's right here. 1 minute 18 into the highlights video here. Yeah, Flanagan literally just shoves the Accrington Stanley player down onto the floor. Literally drags him onto the floor. It was Sean McConville, the midfielder, one of Stanley's midfielders.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't think the ref was looking to send anyone off until we saw that moment from Flanagan. And that reminds me of when Rooney got sent off in the World Cup in 2006 when he stamped on Carvalho, but the referee wasn't going to send him off.
He wasn't going to send him off for that.
The referee was going to play on, but the minute he saw Rooney shove Ronaldo, that's when he sent him off.
Yeah.
Your dad doesn't. Yeah. Your mum.
I've seen that, Liam.
And yeah, this is where the ref brings Flanagan in, and yeah, that's Shrewsbury down to 10 men. Yeah, shows him two
that lost them the game.
Right. Yeah,
that lost them the game.
Sent off.
And it was his own fault, really. It was his own fault.
Oh no, it was. Yeah, no, he lost control of his temper.
Yeah, this is the thing.
And there we go. Yeah, header from Stanley. 1-0 Accrington Stanley. 10 men down from Shrewsbury.
Good header.
They take advantage from Shrewsbury's misfortunes.
And the problem is, though, with football these days as well, one mistake like that can cause you to lose you the game. Can lose you the game, literally. Like one simple mistake, and it's like that, game over.
And then there's other games like Chelsea-Leicester where Conor Gallagher got sent off, but Chelsea still won 2-1 against Leicester.
Mm-hmm. And because it's like that with a Chelsea team that they've got the players. They've still got the players that can actually dominate the game. They can dominate. With Leicester, even though Chelsea were down to 10 men, they couldn't improvise on them going down to 10 men.
It sums up Leicester's season so far in the Premier League.
They looked terrible. When they played against us, they were shocking.
No, I agree. United were phenomenal against Leicester.
Did you hear about Trevor Sinclair from?
Yes,
I did. Yeah.
I don't want to talk about that.
Well, let's not. He's been getting a lot of dislikes from what he's been saying. So
I've seen it. Yeah.
Oh God.
Oh shit.
And they made a meme of it from one of my favourite sitcoms of all time.
Yeah. Oh, I love In Between Us. Yeah.
Right. I'm going to quickly go for a whiz a second. Not that I want to say that on live stream, but I will because I don't care. I'll be 5 seconds. And then when I'm back, the next game I'm on is, fun enough, Charlton against Derby.
Yes.
Right.
But yeah, Liam, with that though, I'm like, this is my honest reaction when I saw his tweet. That's my honest reaction. Yeah. And that's all I'm going to say. And I don't want to say anything else.
Oh, shit indeed.
That's one of my favorite sitcoms. I love In Between Us. It's so good. Why are we moving on to do we rate the In Between Us live stream? What's this turned into? Shit indeed. Shit indeed. That's making me want to go and watch the In-Betweeners when I go to bed. Grrr! That's when he's doing. That's when he's making the line noises in the nightclub.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's brilliant.
Yeah. The videos I sent you.
Oh
in the
yeah,
group
I saw one of them. Yeah, I've seen most of them on Twitter anyway, so it's not. Yeah, I've seen most of them on Twitter because my mate sent them to me. I've seen that. I've already seen it on Twitter. I've seen it on Twitter. It's quality. Just quick reaction. He's like, smack it, slap me.
This one's a brilliant. You've probably seen this one.
Yeah. I'm hungry. Fucking hell! I think you just deafened the YouTube chat with that. I think you just deafened the YouTube chat. It went like that. You know what?
Let me
put
just
my
watch it
iPad
on
up.
YouTube.
Ah,
For load. That'll be ideal.
yeah.
Hopefully you can make the stream tomorrow. That'd be nice. Stream? Video.
Stream. I hope I can, but it depends what time I get back. Because I don't know what time I'm getting back. Yeah, it depends what time I'm getting back. That's basically that. Because I'm meant to be there at 11:15, and
Hello?
I think you just. I don't want to hear that again. No. Stop. Turn it down. Turn it down.
Right, I'm back. What's going on?
He's Liam's deafening me. That's what's going on.
Why is that then?
He's just he played a video that deafened me. And
I see. Fair enough. Okay then. Where were we? Charlton versus Derby at the Valley. Wow.
Can we move on from this, please? Can we move
I mean,
on
I've just come back from a loo break, so I guess so.
this?
So, that was a good chance from Derby there. Good save by the Charlton goalkeeper there, Woolacott.
Yeah, I was saying.
This was a narrow 1-0 win for Charlton, and
Yeah.
this is where Derby are also similar to us. They got absolutely nothing from the Valley this season. But having said that, also we got absolutely nothing from the Valley last season either.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah.
So even before I went to the 5-1 defeats, I thought I could see us winning, but at the same time I can see us easily dropping points or getting a draw at least. So I said before the game, I was like, to be fair, if we do draw 2-2, I wouldn't mind that, to be fair, because we did lose at the Valley last season, but unfortunately we know what happened. So, and I left South East London in an appalling mood.
How on earth did
Also, considering my Uber driver screwed me over afterwards as well to make it worse.
Oh no, that's even worse.
Why?
Oh, so I booked for the Uber to come and pick me up from the Valley at 9:45 p.m. to take me to the O2 Arena Underground Station before, so I could get my train back at 10:30 from Waterloo back to Southampton. And unfortunately, the Uber driver completely screwed me over. It turned out he didn't turn up the whole time, and I didn't get a refund from it at all. So obviously I was very annoyed. So I lost about £15 there, and then I ended up missing the 10:30 train because of that. So I had to pay for an extra one at midnight, which cost me another 20 quid, which really wound me up.
Goodness, man. Oh, that's just an
And
easy
that's where
tapping.
sometimes away days suck.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, that's an easy tapping.
And that was my first away day in ages as well, was the game at the Valley.
But what it looks like in that Derby game, Derby probably had the better chances, but
They did.
Charlton,
They had an early chance going in that highlights video just then.
They got their goal from a counter attack. From what it looks like, yeah.
No, that's very true.
Ooh, news like that. But yeah, this season I think Charlton are probably going to have either they're going to finish playoffs or finish automatics. Because for Charlton,
I don't think they'll finish automatics. Not that I want to write them off, but I don't think they'll finish automatics.
I don't think they'll finish automatics.
They could finish playoffs, though.
They could finish playoffs. But yeah, they're a team that it feels unusual seeing them in this type of league because you're used to seeing them in a championship. Because I'm used to seeing them in the championship.
Although having said that, though, when I was a kid, obviously, first of all, when I was a kid, I grew up with them in the Premier League, but also when I was a 10-year-old boy, I saw them go down to League One as well. And when I saw that, I was like, how the hell have Charlton gone down to League One in this space of years? But then I've seen them constantly being in between the Championship and League One, like what Plymouth have been for like most of their entire history. But unfortunately, the Plymouth I grew up with in the 2010s, we were in bloody League Two.
Yep.
Which was painful for us all. We did not enjoy that.
That's a yard.
But yeah, no. To those of you, I know there's no viewers at the moment, but if to anyone who does go into this, if anyone's wondering what we're doing, this is basically match of the day, but of League One. Basically,
get the music on.
If you have any thoughts so far on your team this season in League One, please let us know, and we will get back to you on that. The next League One game in round 2, we have the what I call the Michael Duff Derby, as Barnsley hosted Cheltenham at Oakwell for Barnsley's first home game of the season. This ended a 1-0 win for Barnsley.
Yeah.
Getting that goal difference back from that 1-0 defeat at the start of the season to us mighty Janners. Cheltenham had an early chance, though, as I've just seen there. Just went wide from Cheltenham's number 9. But again, I think they've done... I think Cheltenham... And this is why I've gone with Cheltenham to just survive in this season. I think they've done very well to keep hold of their prolific goal scorer.
They've done very well.
He's a brilliant striker in my opinion as well. I highly rate Alfie May.
Yeah, he should be at a team. He should be.
I genuinely thought Alfie May this summer would be moving to either us, Sheffield Wednesday, Portsmouth, Ipswich.
Yeah, I thought he would have
something like that. Probably not us because of us having Ryan Hardy and now Cosgrove in the mix, but.
Yeah,
but no, I genuinely thought Alfie May would be moving to one of those clubs. I think he will only if Cheltenham go down this season.
Yeah, for sure.
But no, that was the early miss then from Cheltenham was one of their other forwards, Dan Endlundalu. I think that's how you pronounce it. He's on loan from Southampton. I don't know. How would you rate his season so far?
In Lundaloo.
Yeah, for Cheltenham. Alfie May's strike partner, number 9.
It's a start for him because he's come from Southampton and he's gone to get first team action in a team that's lower down. But it depends really because he's playing with a strike partner that he's never played with before. It's a new team, and I don't know if Alfie May has played with a striker partner or he's played as a lone striker before, but if it works, it works. But they've got to get used to playing in a sort of way that they'll obviously create goals, score goals, simple as that. And for the moment, from what I'm looking at, it hasn't gone as expected for the amount of goals that they've scored. I don't think they've scored that many goals.
No.
They did, but it will take time. It takes time to get a striker partner bond. It's like Dwight York and Andy Cole.
That's very true.
Dwight York and Andy Cole. They clicked instantly, but with this, it's different because you're going to a team that's lower down, and and I don't know if Alfie May has played with a striker. I'll have a check of last year, if I'm truly honest. I want to have a check of last year if he has played with a striker partner.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at Barnsley's goal here against Cheltenham. I'm sorry, Cheltenham should have done so much better here. The keeper actually did save it at first as well, only to completely drop the ball, and then Barnsley's number 6. That's again another player I should be knowing the name of off the top of my head. Mads Anderson, the captain for Barnsley.
Yeah.
He put in the he put in the winner for Barnsley. But I'm sorry, I think it's games like this where, although having said that, this is where they've ruled it out for offside. But I was literally about to say, if that was the goal that counted for Barnsley, then Cheltenham literally costed themselves a precious point at Oakwell. But
yeah,
tell you what,
Gotta say, we done pretty well on that.
excuse me, they did they did give Barnsley a good game. Let's have a look.
255 views.
Oh, get in, nice one.
Very good. But yeah, I'm just trying to find out because this is annoying me. Who did what?
That's a shame for Cheltenham. They could have easily had a point at Oakwell. I think that's a real shame for them, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. There's the goal. There's the goal by Barnsley.
So this is the
top
game that they
left,
played last year. I want to see if I can find out. So what was their lineup? So they had
Luke Thomas at the goal.
so that's where they had it from. So he has had a striker partner, but he had George Lloyd up front with him. So yeah, George Lloyd up front. Okay. And then in the game against Barnsley, I will have a look. Because I do want to actually. So it's basically exactly the same formation. So like last year, really, it takes time. It's a new player coming in. It's a new striker partner. But I feel like Alfie May this season, he'll score goals. He'll score goals this season for sure.
I completely agree.
Yeah,
I completely agree. And I think, like I said already, I think he'll be the driving force into trying to keep Cheltenham up this season.
Yeah, he's
What's the name
like
of Cheltenham's new manager?
I don't know, but he reminds me of the Jack Grealish when he's at Aston Villa, who carries that team.
I still think Grealish should have never left Villa.
Money talks. Talks. 100 mil, you cannot reject that.
But also, I mean, you can say that, but at the same time, when I was watching him when I was at Villa, I honestly thought he was complete Villa through and through, and he is as well, and he's from Birmingham itself. I genuinely thought he'd actually do what Gerrard did and what Harry Kane has done so far. I actually thought he was going to stay at Aston Villa. I genuinely thought he was going to turn Man City down. But the minute I saw Villa sign Danny Ings, Leon Bailey, and Emi Buendia, I thought, yeah, Grealish is gone. He's gone for definite.
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah.
There we go. Wade Elliott. That's Cheltenham's new manager.
Wade Elliott. Okay. I like that name, Wade. What a name.
I was going to say, I thought the name of Cheltenham's manager was similar to the name of their ground, Wadden Road. Who has he managed before? Oh, he's managed the under-23s before of Stoke and Bristol City, and he's been a caretaker for Bristol City. So this is actually really properly his first managerial role.
Oh.
So that's quite a pressuring year.
It is a bit of pressure put onto you there.
It is, definitely. On to Peterborough Morecambe, which, to be fair, was expected. A 3-0 win for Peterborough.
It's expected. It's Peterborough, and then you've got a team like Morecambe.
I mean, look, before last week, even if last weekend was on, we even had Peterborough to beat Forest Green, no problem. Wasn't it you, Harvey, that said that you had Peterborough to have the biggest win of League One so far this season with a 6-0 win over Forest Green?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a wonderful finish. They're very. I think Peterborough are the Plymouth of East of England at the moment. They're very good at home. Away, they're questionable.
It's going to be very. Yeah, I'll be very surprised if they finish lower than sixth.
I'll
be surprised if
I had them to finish fourth this season. I had them in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But
it's expected.
we had that. I mean, we're going to go on to it in a minute, but obviously we had that masterclass of a performance, 2-0 win against Peterborough at home park. But when we play them at London Road in the second half of the season, it's going to be a big test for us.
It's going to be a very, very big test. But Peterborough,
everyone says the fan base at Peterborough's ground are absolutely tin pot compared to Argyle. So I'm hoping we'll sing our lungs off and outsing Peterborough. But I've seen Peterborough fans on YouTube say already, I'm a Posh fan, and I don't think our home crowd is that great anyway. There we go. That's 2.
That's probably coming from fans that probably don't even sing at their own bloody matches anyway. So
yeah, you can get grounds like that, and Peterborough's another club. Peterborough's another club.
Get what I mean, Liam? Like
Peterborough's actually another club that Pieface put as an absolutely tin pot away day. So I hope that doesn't happen for me because I'm hoping to go to London Road this season to watch the game.
Yeah,
but it is a long way away, Peterborough.
It's not called London Road, actually.
Is it not? I thought it was.
No.
I swear their stadium is always called London Road. Yeah, it says on here London Road Stadium, unless they have like a sponsor. Yeah, they have a sponsor name. That makes sense. Some people call it the Western Home Stadium.
Yeah. Apparently,
that makes sense.
When apparently, because I got told this around Argyle that Kawasaki, I don't think they were going to rename the home park.
3-0. Clinical as you like, Morecambe's defence.
I don't think they'll rename home park, but if they were thinking about it, they were thinking of renaming the home park Kawasaki Home Park.
What, for Plymouth?
Because Kawasaki's...
we cannot change that name.
Because Kawasaki sponsored the away end.
True, but no, sorry. That would ruin our heritage.
The rest of the ends as well.
They cannot change that name. That's one of the most iconic football stadium names you could ever get. If you don't call home park, you call it the Theatre of Greens. It's Kawasaki Home Park. Kawasaki Home Park. Oh,
that just reminds me of a Chinese all-you-can-eat buffet park. That's all it reminds me of.
Oh my God!
Kawasaki Home Park.
Who thought of this?
I don't know.
Oh my! Oh, I don't think
they'll change the name anyways. But
I bloody hope not.
They've only sponsored where the away end is, so that's the only one they sponsored. But they're thinking of doing it for the other ends as well, like Mayflower and Lyndhurst and all that.
Yeah.
But if they change the name, it will be madness.
If they change the name, I'm going to still call us Home Park anyway. Yeah. It's the same with Tottenham.
I'm just going to say
the
Kawasaki.
I still call Tottenham's new ground White Hart Lane because they've literally built it in the same location.
Because you're used to saying it, though, aren't you? Like
exactly.
You're used to saying, that bloody White Hart Lane, because they've been there for years, and you're used to saying that. It's like, what other stadiums is there? Like when Everton moves stadium, you'll probably still call them. You'll still probably call it Goodison Park. Like, you get what I mean? You'll still call it.
Oh no, definitely.
Like Liam, you'll probably like if we're like I don't know if we'll ever go to Everton, anyways, but we'll talk about Everton and we'll be like, oh bloody Goodison Park, even though that's not even their stadium name.
Last season I said out of nowhere, I was to everyone, I was like, imagine if Everton go down and Plymouth go up. That's one game I'll definitely be going to watch this season if we play at Goodison Park.
I would literally ask my mum to say, can I go to that game, please?
In fact, the last time Plymouth have played Everton, apart from if you're not including FA Cup games, I think the last time they played each other was like the 70s or 80s or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought, 70s and 80s.
I don't know, something like that. I don't know, but it's in a long, long time we last played Everton in a league game. But then having said that, also, Everton have been in the top flight since the First World War or something, like Arsenal have. So, I don't know, a very long time. But I know they did play each other in the FA Cup when I was a really small kid. I don't remember it.
Yeah, like Everton have won
the first FA Cup. The first FA Cup game where I saw Plymouth play one of what you call a giant English team was when we played Arsenal back in 2009 at the Emirates Stadium.
And then
we were in the Championship, we had Carl Dugard scoring for us.
Yeah. And then before Liverpool became what they are right now, we played against them.
0-0 at Anfield.
Yeah.
And still, Klopp blames the weather for that game and filling in youngsters.
I'm
And
sorry that you don't like playing in the North, right?
Jurgen. I'm like, Jurgen, as much as I like you as a coach, you can't blame the youngsters who you chose. I'm like, you chose to play youngsters
Southwest,
against
ain't it?
Argyle.
It's Southwest, ain't it? No, I said North.
Wait, what's that?
I said you don't like playing in the North. Oh God.
Oh,
At
right.
Home Park.
Yeah, they did scrape that 1-0 win, didn't they, at Home Park?
Yeah.
Ipswich's second game of the season. Ipswich's second game of the season was, fun enough, at the New Lawn against Forest Green, but they did not win 3-0 like we did. They got a 2-1 win. Ipswich did away.
They conceded a goal. Oh,
They did, yeah.
Embarrassing.
To be fair, stuff like that does give me a little bit of hope because we did not concede a goal at Forest Green one bit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
I think if you're an Ipswich fan, I think you must have been well peed off conceding the goal to Forest Green.
Yeah, for
Just
sure.
been promoted.
Mm-hmm. Because you expect to beat those teams very, very, very comfortably. But
Exactly.
It was not really a walk in the park for them. It was a game that they just held on to.
They did, yeah.
That's exactly
But
that.
having said that, and this is where you can get this in the Premier League and other leagues as well, when promoted teams just come up, and it's usually like the first 3 or 4 games, they give it their all to try and get wins and stuff. And then once you get like towards the middle part of the season, they start to fade away or something slightly.
And that was in 2018. We played against Man United played against Huddersfield at their own turf, and they beat us.
Yeah.
Just as they got promoted, and that was our best season in ages, like with hosting Mourinho. So it can happen. It can happen.
Yeah, Huddersfield drew 0-0 with Chelsea. No, 1-1 with Chelsea that secured their survival, and that was at Stamford Bridge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I remember that.
I think I remember De Poitre scoring in that.
That guaranteed Tottenham Champions League football
Bloody
and
De
the
Poitre,
toppest team in London, which really wound me up.
Yeah.
But no. Regardless, though, I know they'd be really annoyed with conceding a goal, but no, still that's still an important 3 points, regardless for Kieran McKenna.
Next.
You know what? As this highlight video here between Forest Green and Ipswich is 5 minutes long, I'm literally just going to skip some of this because
5 minutes
all the highlights of videos I've seen so far have all been like 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. I was like, that's fine, but this is like 5 minutes, so I'll just skip some of it. So yeah, that's a very good goal. To be fair, did you see that Ipswich's second goal? Literally top bins.
Is it against
Forest Green?
Forest Green. I'll have a look. Forest Green. Or the first thing that pops up. Forest Green.
Lays it off. Forest Green's goalkeeper had absolutely no chance.
Vlog. Yeah, I don't care, mate. I want to watch the highlights. Right, where's the goal?
And this is where Forest Green got their consolidation goal. Ipswich should have done better there, to be fair. They did actually clear it originally, but they couldn't clear it enough, and that's what got Forest Green the consolidation goal. Ipswich are actually 2-0 up, so it looked like they weren't going to concede, but then they did concede, so that would have really peed off Kieran McKenna, and especially
not gonna lie, that
Ipswich's goalkeeper.
Does he bang it here? Does he bang it here? Oh, he does.
Yeah.
Oh, he does. That's beautiful.
Oh, stunning
goal,
isn't it?
That's a very good goal. They even added highlights. Yeah, they just couldn't clear it. That's unlucky. It just fell straight. It's like one of them FIFA goals where the keeper saves it, but it just rebounds straight to the player.
That's the one thing I will give FIFA, to be fair, is that even though I way prefer watching the game's real life as it is. Every time I do play FIFA against someone, I know at the end of the day they're not going to be boring games because we always make it end to end. Whoever I play against.
Yeah.
Okay.
With me, I just want to get the most possession possible and just absolutely pass into death, skills into death, and just send him to Sainsbury's car park. That's all I want to do.
Right, on to MK Dons versus Sheffield Wednesday, which Sheffield Wednesday got a narrow 1-0 win away. Good result for them, to be fair.
And
But then again, also in a way, you could also, to a certain extent, expect it, considering the start MK Dons have had.
And I'm going to jump onto that topic with MK Dons. I feel like it's going to be one of these teams where where I least expect them to. I thought they were going to finish higher, but they're going to be one of those teams that pulls off a shocker of a season where they finish very lower than expected, like Portsmouth last year. Last year, I thought Portsmouth had finished a little bit higher, but
didn't Lincoln do it as well? Because last season they finished quite low, but like the season before, in 2020-21, I swear, they finished 5th. They finished in the playoffs. Lincoln did.
Yeah, there you go. Example.
And they and they were runner-ups in the playoffs as well. They actually made the playoff final, but they got beaten in the final by Blackpool.
Everyone is going to say that selling Scott Twine and Harry, I think his name's Harry Darling. I think Harry. Darling.
It's Harry Darling. He's gone.
Will end up biting them. It will bite them bad, and it will leave a scar because
this video is brilliant.
Oh
if
god!
It plays.
Go for it.
Yeah, do you want to play it? Thank you. For God's sake.
Hang on.
Another one, guys. Another one, guys, is Gillingham. Another one is Gillingham, because last season they got relegated, finished 21st. Season before, in 2020-21, they finished 10th.
They finished above us, didn't they?
Yeah.
Comfortable.
They had Verdane Oliver as their top goal scorer. They kept him for the season after, but then Gillingham went down. Now he's gone to Blimmin Bradford.
Yeah. Like I said,
Two.
It will bite MK Dons. It will bite them now. It will bite them because
I think it will. I agree.
Yeah, because Scott.
Do you think they'll go down? I don't think they'll go down, but I think they'll be lower half of the table now.
No, they won't go down. I think they will. I think they'll finish either mid-table or below mid-table because selling your most vital player, two most vital players in your team, will bite you and leave it. I said, bite you and leave you with a scar.
But at least they've sold them to championship clubs, unlike us who sell Kamara to Ipswich.
Yeah, but the thing with Kamara, it depends if he's going to play not 24/7, which is
true.
Crazy, but...
Like I said though, so many times in the Argyle way already. Thank God we signed Butcher to replace him.
Instant replacement, yeah. That's probably why we signed Butcher, because we probably knew that he was going to leave.
Don't butcher his name.
Well, I was unsure because
he's already
they
butchered
said before the Barnsley game. They said before the Barnsley game, and even before the Fleetwood game, which unfortunately I'm going to be going on to in a minute. They said Kamara was just injured. I thought, he'll come back in a few games' time or something. But then I heard a few weeks later he wasn't injured, and then there was transfer speculation. I thought, no, we can't have him leave, and he's one of the fans' favourite as well. He loves us. Surely he won't leave. Exactly. And I actually thought he was going to stay, and then it came out on deadline day that he was leaving.
Yeah.
Okay, the next game is Portsmouth versus Lincoln at Fratton Park. And I will be honest, this was a 0-0 draw, but I will be honest, given how much of a brilliant start Pompey have had so far this season, I would say this is their worst game of the season so far.
Yeah.
This 0-0 draw at home against Lincoln. I think this draw will absolutely bite them.
It will bite them. It'll be one of them games like it was like for us last season where we should have wanted it.
We lost to Lincoln at home as well, and that really bit us.
Yeah, that was the game that basically ruined our chances, I'd say. If we would have won that game, it would have been so much different.
It's not just that, though. I think we also... Didn't we drew 1-1 away at Crewe last season, who were absolutely dreadful?
Yeah.
We did, didn't we? Yeah, I couldn't believe we drew with Crewe, and they were absolutely shocking last season.
No, we drew at home to them.
Yeah, that's even worse. Oh,
yeah, that's even worse.
Like we've been saying, though, guys, it's games like that we need to be winning if we want to go up.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, 0-0 draw between Portsmouth and Lincoln. But however, having said that though, given by what I've seen from Pompey and Ipswich so far this season, and of course they're both ahead of us so far, I would say already both of those blue clubs look so much better than they did throughout last season.
And I'm going to pull off a very good little thing here as well with these teams. The teams that you expect to go up, if they play badly, but they still manage to get the results that you expect them to get, then you will very clearly see that they will be up there to either fight for promotion or playoffs for sure. Because with like Man City, with Norwich at the Championship, everything else, they play badly, but they will still grind and get that result. It'll be like that. It'll be like Portsmouth and Ipswich this season. They'll play some bad games, but they'll still get the result. It'll be like us as well. But I've realised that with those two teams. But they look really good this season. They'll play badly, but still get that good result.
Definitely.
That performances deserve.
Without a shadow of a doubt. The next game is an absolute thrashing. Burton 0, Bristol Rovers 4.
True.
I think that's... No, it's not the highest scoring game. No, it's not. It's Charlton.
No, we had Sheffield Wednesday 5, Forest Green 0.
Yeah.
We might have had something higher than that, but no,
Well,
I don't
it was
think
Charlton
that is
5,
highest
Plymouth
we've got,
1, but we're not going to count that.
This result here, in fact, in general, already shows how much of a dreadful start this has been for Burton. I mean, I'm sorry, that's a clear pen immediately for Bristol Rovers. I mean, you cannot be doing challenges like that. In fact, I think he's going to get. I knew it. I knew he was going to be sent off. That's a denial of goal scoring opportunity. I knew he was going to get sent off.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, lads, I'm going to go now.
Oh, you're going to have to go. Oh, no worries. No worries, Liam. Yeah, no, that's the other thing I forgot to say in the stream. I was going to say, if you two ever have to pop off tonight, honestly, feel free to do so. I'll basically be continuing going until I finish, basically.
All right, no worries.
I'll catch you. See you tomorrow, lads.
All right, see you tomorrow.
Bye.
See you later, Liam. Have a good one.
See you later, Liam.
I think you'll look back. I'll put the link of this live stream in the chat anyway when
that's all right. But
when I do. But what I need to do after this live stream finishes is basically put on you know on YouTube now where you put like chapters and stuff underneath and etc.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I need to edit tonight.
Do you know what I need to edit that on the Argyle Way channel. I need to do that.
Yeah, and also I need to get up early anyway, not just because of the Zoom call at 12 p.m, but also I want to sort out my Oxford ticket before.
Yeah.
The Zoom call.
I hope I can get that Zoom call going, but it depends what time I finish my thingy.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
10:45.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
I'm sure it'll be absolutely fine. Oh, what a free kick! Yeah. That's so far the best free kick I've seen in League One so far this season. Mm-hmm. This just drilled it past the Burton defence. They could go down this season. I don't know what it is. They're reminding me of Yeovil a few seasons ago. They're in the Championship for one season, then they're in League One for a few seasons, then their downhill started. Burton might go through a similar thing here if they go down.
Yeah, they'll go through a similar phase because I
Burton
feel like
were in the National League when I was a kid as well.
Mm-hmm. Then their team is. I'm just going to say this right now. Their team is not good enough. If we lose to them, then I'll end up regretting my words, but I don't think we'll lose to them.
I can tell by this performance as well, and their home as well. Bristol Rovers absolutely demolished them. And this just shows that Burton haven't been good enough. They've been demolished 4-0 by a team that's just been promoted in their own backyard.
Yeah.
And that's something you would not expect before the start of the season.
Yeah. If they do pull off a miracle, then fair. But they remind me of Scunthorpe. Scunthorpe from last year. Scunthorpe had a terrible season.
They were awful, Scunny, weren't they?
They were awful. And
Newcastle pulled off the miracle last season, so I guess you never know.
Yeah, you never know. But I feel like with the team that they've got, they won't stand a chance. They will. If you cannot beat a team that's just recently got promoted and you get battered 4-0 in your own backyard, then I pray for you, if I'm truly honest. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Right, the
Yeah.
next match, I'm going to be honest, I really do not want to watch again because I was so peed off at the end. But with the fairness of content on here, I will have to rewatch it.
Mhm.
Fleetwood 2, Plymouth 1.
That was a
Again,
match.
we should have not lost at all.
Yeah,
But
we should have won. We should have won that.
well, not just one. We should have had a point at least. But it's
Yeah.
Fleetwood. Fleetwood is one of our three bogey grounds, in my opinion, along with Wickham and Cambridge.
For sure.
And we took the lead in this game as well. I remember watching the game when it got onto Argyle TV in Southampton that night, and I couldn't believe we were so clinical. Well, we were so unclinical, but we had so many shots.
Yeah.
And it's games like this that we cannot afford to lose if we want to go up. But to be fair, Ryan Hardy did deliver at the start with that penalty that gave us the lead. But unfortunately, Fleetwood fought back immediately.
Yeah. If you cannot put if you cannot put your chances away, then you're going to regret it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. As much as I love Coops, he should have done better there with that Fleetwood equaliser.
Yeah, and also I'm going to say,
shame.
Yeah, Coopy is not going to have perfect performance all the time. He will have his off games, but
oh no, definitely every goalkeeper
he
goes
should have
through
done
that
that.
regardless. I mean, look at Mendy now at Chelsea. He's meant to be one of the best in the league, and he's going through an awful stage in his career at the moment.
He's going through a very, very bad.
So yeah, no, a lot of keepers go through it. I mean, De Gea's been through it before.
De Gea's been through it.
You never know. Ramsdale could go through it in a few seasons' time.
Yep, exactly.
Briefly, Alisson did in 2020-21 when City hammered them 4-1 at Anfield.
Oh, yeah, that was shocking.
Oh, and here we go. Here's the second goal here. Again, as much as I love Cooper, he should have done better here. So Fleetwood here on the attack. Cooper saves it originally, but no one's there to clear it. And that's what got Fleetwood the late 2-1 winner. And that also reminds me of when Jake was saying to us on our Sheffield Wednesday preview. He was saying to us on that preview when they literally dominated Morecambe last season away, and then they ended up losing the game.
Yeah, exactly.
But the only thing I can give to us for this game was that at least we played well, unlike the Charlton game, which is coming.
Yeah.
That's the only game we've had off so far this season, basically, as the way I put it. But no, that Fleetwood game, I know we're doing well. I know we've had a brilliant start to this season, but that Fleetwood game will bite us so far.
Yeah.
That's a defeat we shouldn't have lost to. But at the same time, not to sound pessimistic or anything, I'm also not surprised because Fleetwood's one of our bogey grounds. I think we drew 3-3 there last season, didn't we?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it was 3-3. Yeah, no, it was a goal fest we had with Fleetwood last season.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, our local rivals demolished Port Vale 4-0 in their first home game to get their first win of the season, Exeter. And this is, for me, the difference this season so far between Exeter and Port Vale. Exeter, I don't think they're going to be in the playoffs, but I think they'll comfortably be in the top half this season. Yeah. But Port Vale, I think, will be... They haven't been dreadful like Burton and Morecambe have, but they haven't been like exactly brilliant. They're 17th in the league. To be fair, they are ahead of they're ahead of Forest Green. They're just behind Bristol Rovers. They're ahead of MK Dons, but I think they will be in that relegation battle coming into the end of the season.
Yeah.
And that's what I think this game between Exeter and Port Vale is the difference for, because Exeter absolutely demolished Port Vale in this game. 4-0 win as well. Yeah. I look at that. That is a fantastic clinical finish.
This game shows the better quality that Exeter have over Port Vale.
I think Exeter will be. I think unless they go on an absolute drastic, terrible form, I think Exeter will be in League One, no problem next season.
Oh yeah, for sure. But the thing is, though, the games
I was just going to say, like you've said already, they've played some really attractive football as well so far in League One.
They play more of a very high line football where they pressure their teams in their own half and they just do not let them get any space possible. They remind me of like a Premier League side, but in League One some of the games that they play. Because it's very high pressure.
I'd say they remind me of, I'm going to say West Ham because there's games that they've been absolutely phenomenal. They've been absolutely phenomenal in, and then there's other games that they should have been better in, but they haven't been. Like, for example, last season, West Ham were absolutely brilliant, but then there were games they had last season, like, for example, at home against Southampton, they lost.
Like they,
and that's a game they shouldn't be losing.
Like they've done it against Man City. At the
exactly.
end of the season.
I mean, just look at that. They're absolutely tormenting Port Vale's defence.
Mm-hmm.
And these are two teams that have just come up from League Two. And so far this season is showing the big difference between Exeter and Port Vale. Yeah. Who have they got on Tuesday night?
I don't know.
I should know this. I'm going to double check.
But I'm also going to add...
They are away to Shrewsbury. They are away to Shrewsbury.
Yeah, and I'm going to also add as well, the game between Exeter and Port Vale shows, between the promoted sides, who's obviously going to finish the better out of one of them, which is obviously shows that Exeter's got way better quality. They play a better way, and they've shown it in that 4-0 win.
Oh, no, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt. And the last game of round 2, Bolton hosted Wycombe in their first game of the season.
Yeah.
And after Wycombe's superb opening game against Burton, even though, to be fair, it was more Burton being terrible than Wycombe being superb. But Wycombe's goal difference got brought back down to earth as they lost 3-0 to Bolton in their first game in what I call the worst away kit of the season. Have you seen Wycombe's away kit? I think it's absolutely dreadful this season.
I've seen a bit of it. It looks atrocious.
The full-on red kit that they've released this season. I think it's horrible. But it's nowhere near the squared diamond-looking away kit they had last season.
It's like Man United's third kit. We've got a green
Shrek kit.
We've got the Shrek kit. Like Mark Goldbridge says. Where are they? They're invisible. You can't see them on the pitch because they blend in with the grass. Like,
you know what?
Like that kit.
That's what I thought about Chelsea's yellow kit last season. I couldn't stand it.
Yeah, and it's one of those kits this season's like it doesn't match with obviously their normal colours. Like red is just out, like very very weird, as it's not really like the type of colour that you would.
Everything about Wycombe is. They're basically two kinds of blue. They're Man City blue and they're also Southend blue.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's what they've done is they've literally put those two kinds of blue together. Or Man City Millwall, if you put it that way. I know Bolton tormented Wycombe in this game.
Millwall. Yeah.
I don't know. I think, and this is something I was saying to Liam at the start of the stream. I think them losing Stockdale, their keeper, to Sheffield Wednesday, I think is a bit of a big blow for them.
For sure. Yeah. Definitely.
But
for sure.
I think this is where Wycombe remind me of Charlton so far this season. They've had some brilliant games, but at the same time, they've had some games also that have literally brought them back down to earth. I think they'll either just get in playoffs or they'll just miss out.
They were one of the teams this season that I thought that they'll finish lower this season. So
did I. I was the same. I had them 11th.
Lower than last year.
Yeah, I had Wycombe 11th before the season began. And they are currently 14th, so they haven't had the greatest of starts. But that game against Bolton proved that. I can't remember what my prediction was though before that game. I'm not gonna lie. I think I said Wycombe might have a point at Bolton, but they didn't. Or I either said a draw or a 2-1 win for Bolton. But I don't remember. But I think seeing from last season as well that they just missed the playoff final and stuff. I think more people expected Wycombe to give Bolton a game there, but they didn't. They got absolutely demolished. So moving on to round 3.
I think that's what I'm going to call it. I was going to call it after the last one of that round 2. But
you're going to call it a night?
Yeah, but that was good though. But I'll definitely think of next time.
Oh no, no worries. Yeah, no. The rest of me rambling on about the games so far this season will all be on YouTube for all you guys to listen to throughout this week. I'm just going through all of them pretty much before first of all, the Zoom call tomorrow on the Argyle way, and second of all, the game itself on Tuesday night.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, for sure.
pretty much all that. And I'll be doing another. It'll be either on here or it will be on the Argyle way. I'm not sure yet. It'll probably be on the Argyle way actually, because it will just happen. But
yeah.
I'll do a video where I know we'll have a separate video of talking about Plymouth's game against Oxford, like we did with Derby last week, basically. But I know I'll probably do a video this week also of just rounding up the whole fixtures of League One, basically.
Sweet as, yeah, that'll be a good video, yeah, because
we might actually cram it in that Plymouth Oxford review, but we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
It gets more content on the channel. That's exactly that.
Exactly that as well.
Yeah. All right. I'll see you later.
All right then. I'll see you later, Harvey. Then have a good night.
Have a good night. Bye.
Right. It's just me and the It's just me on my own now. So I won't go too quickly because I'll try and analyze what I can, but I'm gonna go through each game as it is. I've been quite slow, to be fair, so I do apologise. I'm only on round 3 of 7, and we're nearly already 2 hours into this stream. But yeah, we may as well carry on. So on to round 3 now. The first game of round 3, we had Bristol Rovers versus Oxford at the Memorial Stadium, and I remember watching Jack's Young Fang podcast for Oxford. After the game, he said it was an absolutely embarrassing performance for Oxford. I think I had this game down as a draw. but I can't remember because the thing is with Oxford, and it's the same with Wickham as well, because they both were in those playoff positions last season, and Oxford's just like us, just missed out. I think that's why I went with Oxford to finish 7th this season, because first of all, I think Carl Robinson's a brilliant manager. Second of all, I think Oxford will be just like us into having that drive to try and get promoted again this season. But I know Oxford at the same time also have lost a few players as well. I'm going to double check. Who they have sold this season so far, Oxford. Let's have a look. Actually, before that, we'll do the transfers in. They've signed Kieran Brown from Cardiff, Stuart Findlay from Philadelphia Union, Edward McGinty from Sligo Rovers in Ireland, Yannick Wildscutt from CSK Sofia, Josh Murphy from Cardiff, Jody Jones from Coventry, and Javan Anderson from Lazio. Luke McNally, the centre-back's gone to Burnley. Ryan Williams has gone Perth Glory. Leon Chambers-Parallon's gone Hitchin Town. Mark Sykes has gone Bristol City. Sam Winnell's gone Burton. Anthony Ford has gone Wrexham. And then Joel Cooper's gone to Linfield in Northern Ireland. But yeah, they've got loans in as well. Carl Joseph from Swansea and Lewis Bate from Leeds. But yeah, I mean, they are currently mid-table at the moment, Oxford. They're in 11th place, so they have picked up the pace slightly. But like Young Fan Podcast said, with this game away to Bristol Rovers, that they lost 1-0. I saw he said it was an absolute embarrassing performance. But to be fair, they do have possession of the ball here, so they are giving it a go. I think what Oxford were in this game against Bristol Rovers away is that they were so unclinical. And like what I said with Plymouth's defeat to Fleetwood, I think this game, this 1-0 defeat to Bristol Rovers, will really haunt Oxford. I really think this will haunt them a lot. Well, that was a very good save there as Bristol Rovers went for a shot. Here's another gas free kick. Oh, goalkeeper was nowhere. Goalkeeper and defence was nowhere. And it's that goal there. It's that goal there from Bristol Rovers' number 10. Not John Marquis, I know. Again, John Marquis is not on the score sheet. And that's why Portsmouth fans were not the biggest fans of him at all. For for Bristol Rovers, it was... oh, bloody hell. My computer's been a pain in the arse. Aaron Collins, the Welshman, number 10 for Bristol Rovers. He was the man that got into the goal-scoring sheet that won them the game against Carl Robinson's Oxford United. And like I said, this is a game that will haunt Oxford. They've had chances as well in this game as well. Couldn't finish them off. This is as unclinical as you can get from Oxford. I'm hoping they do this on Tuesday night against Plymouth, by the way, because we cannot afford to even draw at Home Park on Tuesday night. Because especially if we're third in the league, but even if Oxford get a draw on Tuesday night, that'll be a fantastic draw for them. We cannot afford to lose or draw on Tuesday night if we want to chase Ipswich and Portsmouth above us. Bristol Rovers with another chance there, go straight to the Oxford keeper. But yeah, Oxford lost that game 1-0. Bristol Rovers being way more clinical as it stood. And yeah, that's what costed Oxford any points in that game. Excuse me. Let's move on to a West Lancashire derby now between two red clubs, Morecambe versus Fleetwood. And we'll look into this in a minute once the advert finishes. Fleetwood had a man sent off. Paddy Lane got sent off right at the end for Fleetwood in a battle between two red clubs at the Mazuma Stadium, the Shrimpers versus the Codmen. And these are two teams I had to go down as well, Morecambe and Fleetwood. I hope they both don't go down because I like both of them, even though Fleetwood are such a bogey team for Argyle. But here's Morecambe with a chance. And it's just over. Now Fleetwood with a chance. This is them with the possession now. Again, Morecambe's defence looking shaky here. Oh, what was that? Oh, no. Well, to be fair, when I say that, I thought that was a terrible shot there from Fleetwood, but then it did cut back towards the Morecambe keeper, who did held it, no problem. But this is a 0-0 draw between two Lancashire clubs who are both tipped to go down this season, and both clubs tipped. Sorry, what am I talking about? It wasn't a 0-0 draw, a 1-1 draw. Of course, Morecambe took the lead here. Some finish as well. Look at that for a finish. Fleetwood keeper had no chance. Yeah, no, honestly, I think even if the score was 1-1, I think this is a game alone that this is where both clubs are currently in the table. Although, having said that, Fleetwood have done so much better than Morecambe into this season so far. Fleetwood are 15th. Morecambe are second bottom because, of course, Morecambe haven't won a game yet. And this is Morecambe playing one of their biggest rivals. Morecambe took the lead as well. This is a game Morecambe could have won. This is a game Morecambe could have won, and it absolutely fell from their grasps. See, another chance there. The Fleetwood keeper is absolutely nowhere. Another missed chance for Morecambe. From what I'm seeing from the highlights here, Morecambe should have won this game. I'm going to get... I'm just going to get something up here a second while the rest of the highlights between this game goes on. Fleetwood, to be fair, had way more of possession, but Morecambe had 6 shots on target compared to Fleetwood's 5. So that actually makes it a bit more even. Oh, sugar, I need to tell you I pressed the wrong button. What an idiot. Yeah, no, I've got it back now. But so actually, judging by the stats, Fleetwood actually deserved this point here. Oh, yeah, look at that for a finish. Very good equaliser. 1-1. Game on. The Cods equalise with the Shrimpers. Oh, that was a bit of a... No wonder that's a red card. See how late he went. See how late Paddy Lane went into that challenge there. Look at this. Oh, no wonder that's a red card. That's a definite red card. You cannot argue with that. You cannot argue with that at all. Oh, no wonder that's a red card. And you can tell, this is a rivalry as well, Morecambe and Fleetwood. So it makes the game even more wild, doesn't it? No brainer. That's a red card for Paddy Lane. But no, I think the game deservedly ended 1 apiece there. So yeah, that was a nasty challenge. No wonder that was a red card. I'm just not surprised now one bit. So yeah, Morecambe Fleetwood ended 1-1. Right, moving on to Plymouth's second home game of the season. And mate. Let's talk about how much of an amazing performance this was. A performance that will easily boost our confidence going into aiming for the championship this season. Plymouth 2, Peterborough 0. What more could you ask for? Here's Danny Mayer. Fantastic performance this was. Although that was a very good save there from the Peterborough keeper. Honestly, I've seen the game already between Plymouth and Peterborough, but I've got to look back into how much of a fantastic performance this was for the mighty Green Army. We made Peterborough look like a bang average team in this game. Honestly, it was that superb for us. What more could you ask for? Finizaz and then a Ryan Hardy penalty. We dominated. 18 shots to Peterborough's 5 and 8 shots on target to Peterborough's 3. The only thing we lack slightly is possession, but that's not the biggest factor anyway. Absolutely tormented Peterborough in this game. I know it was 2-0, so I know you can't really say tormented because it was a 2-0 win. But in terms of the game we played against Peterborough, this was an absolute Stephen Schumacher masterclass. This was. You cannot deny that. And here we go. Here's my channel commenting on my subsidiary channel, the Argyle Way. Thanks for having me on tonight, Jack. Was great. No problem, Liam. Honestly, I can't blame you. Sorry I've rambled on a bit and I'm only on round 3 out of 7. But once this live stream is uploaded, you'll and I put the chapters in, you'll get to see which games I'm talking about. So yeah. But yeah, no, honestly, no problem for having you on, Liam. It's always a pleasure to have you and the two Harveys on, as always. So yeah. At the end of the day, we love our football. And at the end of the day, we were gutted the Sheffield Wednesday game got postponed. But it's getting me hyped for the Oxford game on Tuesday night. Technically tomorrow night now because it's gone past midnight. But going back to this Peterborough performance, I mean, I'm sorry. This was outstanding from us. I have no other words to say. Peterborough, we made Peterborough look bang average at home park. And that's why when we go to London Road in the second half of the season... that's a definite penalty. You cannot argue with that. A clear penalty as you can get. I know I'm an Argyle fan, and I know I'm slightly biased towards Argyle, of course. Same with Chelsea in the Premier League because they are my favourite Premier League team because of my dad. But anyway, but you cannot deny that's a clear penalty. And Ryan Hardy, being Ryan Hardy as he is. Clinical as you like, 2-0 Plymouth. Peterborough didn't lay a glove on us in this performance. Like I'd say even Barnsley performed. I know it was 2-0 compared to the 1-0 against Barnsley, but even Barnsley had a better game against us than Peterborough did, I thought. Honestly, that game was a Steven Schumacher masterclass. It's absolutely fantastic. And that's why when we go into London Road into the second half of this season, it's going to be really interesting to see how we do, because Peterborough are very similar to us. They have been struggling a bit away, and we will see that in a minute when we go to Peterborough's away performance at Pride Park against Derby, as well as their home win against Sheffield Wednesday, which is in the next round, fun enough. But yeah, I am dreading that London Road fixture, not going to lie. But if we win that, or at least get a point at London Road, I'll be pleased. But we need a Cosgrove masterclass like we had at Derby. That's what we need at Peterborough. That's what we need at Pompey in a few days' time. Let's inflict Pompey's first defeat of the season. That would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Moving on. Port Vale took on Bolton. Bolton away from home in Staffordshire. Goalless 0-0 draw. I think, and with so many games I've seen so far into this season already, even at round 3, I think this fixture will be one to forget for Bolton. I had this as an away win for Bolton, especially after seeing Port Vale again absolutely trounced by Exeter beforehand. I had this as an away win for Bolton, no problem. But Port Vale made Bolton have a really tough day at the office here at Port Vale's ground. I can't remember. I should know the name of Port Vale's ground off by heart. I'm going to get it up very quickly. Vale Park. Okay, that makes more sense. Anyway, honestly, Port Vale. And look at the chances Port Vale had there. I actually say, from what I've seen in this, Port Vale actually had a pretty decent performance here. They made... This was a game. Even if it was just a point for Bolton on the road, I think this is a game Bolton should have won on paper. And it was a 0-0 draw, and this will be a fixture to forget for Bolton so far this season. And this is where Bolton had a man sent off as well, didn't they? And that's the red card right there. Yeah, he's off. Second yellow. That makes sense. Second yellow from Ricardo Santos in the 37th minute. He's gone. Bolton down to 10 men. And like I said already, even before the red card, that game will be one to forget for Bolton. Terrible from them. And the red card again proves it alone. Although the Trotters do have a chance here. Blocked by the Port Vale defence. Fogden will be absolutely furious with this performance. However, the news came out today. Fogden has now reached 1 million subscribers. So I'd like to quickly point this opportunity out and say massive congratulations to Fogden on that. I'm so proud of him. I've watched him the last few seasons. I think he's a brilliant YouTuber, personally. Honestly, I've watched him all these years. He loves his football. No, congratulations. He's been absolutely brilliant, Fogden. So no, he deserves his 1 million subs. Hopefully we get there as well. We'll see. Another chance for Bolton. Great save by the Vale keeper. Port Vale made this a really frustrating day at the office for the Trotters. Unbelievable, Jeff. Honestly, I can't believe... Ian Evert, manager for Bolton Wanderers. As I see more of the highlights here. He would have been absolutely fuming with this. So frustrating for them. And it's matches like that on why Bolton are 8th in the table, although they are a point behind the playoffs at the moment. Bolton, Derby and Exeter are all on 11 points, all on 3 wins, 2 draws and 2 defeats. So we'll see how that pans out going into Tuesday night. Right, the next game is Lincoln versus Forest Green at Sintilbank. So, Lincoln's first game at Sintilbank this season was against Exeter City. 1-1 draw. Exeter made Lincoln have a very hard day at the office. I had that as a draw, to be fair, as well. Lincoln did fight back, of course, against Exeter. And then they repeat the exact same scoreline against another promoted club, against Forest Green. So, this will be interesting to watch. The only difference this time, though, is that this time Lincoln took the lead. And it was an own goal as well, much to the absolute despair that will be for Forest Green and their fans. Sorry, my indigestion has been awful tonight. I have to be honest. I might be the energy drinks I've had tonight, but that's only because I wanted to. I'm an energetic bloke. I want to be energetic. Obviously, going into football like this. Lincoln just had a missed chance there. Here's Lincoln again. Oh, very good ball that is. Very good save though by the Forest Green keeper. Very good save. I have to say, even though Lincoln took the lead here, even though it was an own goal, Forest Green did actually give them a tough time at the start. Just exactly what Exeter did. Exactly what Exeter did to Lincoln in their first games of the season. And this is why Lincoln have had a disappointing start to the season. One of the reasons why. I mean, they're hovering just above the relegation zone at the moment, Lincoln. The Imps have not had a decent start, and the fans have been saying that exactly the same as what they were saying last season. Exactly the same as what they were saying last season. They're not scoring enough goals at the moment. And this is exactly what's happening so far for them this season. And this is a bit of a blow for Lincoln as well, because they were in the playoffs 2 seasons ago and lost that playoff final to Blackpool. Here we go. Another chance. Oh, that was just wide. Sorry, I do apologise for my nose as well. Hasn't been the best either. And that's when Forest Green equalised. Because Lincoln's defence was all over the place. Could have had a winner then, but denied by the Lincoln keeper. I'd say, from a Forest Green perspective, that's a good result for Forest Green. Getting a 1-1 draw away at Lincoln. Exactly with Exeter. Again, exactly with Exeter. Both 1-1 draws, and both of those West Country teams will be delighted with getting a point away from the road at a football club who could have been promoted 2 seasons ago, but lost that playoff final to Blackpool. Right, the next game was an easy win for Ipswich as they played MK Dons for their second home game of the season at Portman Road. This was as comfortable as you can get for Kieran McKenna's side. What was that? What was that? MK Dons had possession of the ball then, completely lost it. But unfortunately for Ipswich, and fortunately for the Dons, Ipswich couldn't take advantage of that and be clinical and get the first goal. But that didn't prove to be what happened throughout the entire game anyway, because this is Ipswich on the attack again. That's a beautiful finish. Look at that for a goal. 1-0, clinical as you like from the Tractor boys. And that's 2-0. The goal looks repetitive. Okay, I'm a blithering idiot, it turns out. It is the same. It is the same opening goal. Okay. I I've got the sound low for obvious reasons on my other screen, and I genuinely thought they wouldn't be showing replays in the highlights here. So, yeah, my bad. But no, that was either way. Regardless, that's a beautiful finish from Ipswich. But here is Dons with a chance. Oh, just over the bar. They could have levelled that. Oh, my beard and moustache is also really itchy. I'm going to try and get that shaved tomorrow or Tuesday. Or today or Tuesday, if you get what I mean. Anyway, there's the second goal. The MK Dons keeper completely fails to clear it. Embarrassing perspective from them. Ipswich take advantage of MK's misfortunes. 2-0 to the Tractor Boys. They made that look easy. Here comes Ipswich. Here comes Ipswich again. 3-0. Beautiful finish. Look at that. Can't blame them for celebrating like that. They have been phenomenal. They've been brilliant so far this season, Ipswich. That's why they're top of the league. But, I mean, Harvey doesn't think Ipswich will win it, though. I don't know about that. I can see why he thinks that. But also at the same time, they could. Depends on how the others do. Sheffield Wednesday, Portsmouth, us, Derby, Peterborough. But I'll tell you what, Ipswich are definitely there. They're definite title contenders. Without a shadow of a doubt. They absolutely dominated that game. Although that was a very good... When I said that MK Don's chance was very close for the equaliser. There we go. Marcus Harness on the score sheet once again for Ipswich as well, the former Pompey player. And I know Portsmouth fans are... They're gutted that they've lost him. But at the same time, they won't be too fussed because they are second in the league and they haven't lost a game yet. I know Ipswich absolutely dominated that game. MK Dons, just like their season so far, they have been absolutely shocking. Right, now we're on to two teams that have just been relegated. Derby versus Barnsley. This ended 2-1 to the Rams. Here's Derby with a corner. Oh, well, that was easy. I'm sorry. Barnsley's defence there was absolutely shocking. That was an easy corner from Derby. I mean, like... You can't defend like that. An own goal from McCarthy. Own goal from McCarthy. You cannot defend... I'm sorry, you cannot defend like that at all. If I was a Barnsley fan, I'd be fuming conceding a goal like that. Honestly, absolutely fuming. Fair play to Derby for that. Completely took advantage of Michael Duff's team's misfortunes. Here's another chance for Derby. I think that's McGoldrick. Easy. 2-0. No, I'm sorry. That's Mendes-Lang. Of course, he scored against us, didn't he, Mendes-Lang? Mendes-Lang, that's 2-0 to the Rams. take a bow. Comfortable 2-0 lead there for Derby. But now here's Barnsley with a free kick. Oh, that is just over, though. They should have scored that. Considering they conceded 2 terrible, especially the first goal mainly, Barnsley should have had one back then, but that's as unclinical as you can get. Here's Derby on the attack once again. Just wide, just wide. But of course, Barnsley do get a goal back in this game. But to be fair, with the possession Barnsley had in this game, sorry, not possession, they did have 8 shots compared to Derby's 7, but then they had 2 shots on target compared to Derby's 2 as well. Possession was very similar, 51 for Derby to Barnsley's 49. So actually, this Derby's defence should have done so much better then for Barnsley's goal there. But to be honest, Barnsley did give them a game. Barnsley did give Derby a game. And that's another thing on why Derby are struggling a bit, because we gave Derby a game and we ended up 3-2 winners, thanks to Cosgrove. But Barnsley really gave Derby a game there, but Derby just held out 2-1 winners, and that's something Derby are going to have to look on for if they want to keep winning games at home like that against teams like Barnsley and Peterborough, because they beat Peterborough at home as well. I know the first goal by Derby was a goal Barnsley should have never bloody conceded. But Derby are going to have to watch out this season, or teams will score against them, even at home. Next is Cambridge versus Exeter. So let's have a look at this. Exeter in their away kit for the second time running in their blue. I don't know why they're wearing blue against Cambridge, though. Cambridge are a blimmin' yellow side. Exeter should be in their red and white. Against Lincoln, it's understandable because Lincoln are the same colours, but they do take the lead here, Exeter. Well, the Cambridge player, to be fair, should have got up and kept trying to play, so Exeter couldn't score. But even with Exeter taking the lead there, in that game, away to Cambridge, it was Brown with the finish. Cambridge spent that whole time complaining about what should have been for them, I guess, a foul. However, Cambridge did still win the game 2-1. So that's still a very good result for them. So Exeter's keeper, Jamal Blackman, he should have done better there. I'm sorry. He'll be disappointed, especially with this performance, as Smith equalises for Cambridge. Here's Cambridge on the attack once again. Again, Exeter's defence and keeper should have done so much better then. Free header from the Cambridge players there. I mean, don't get me wrong, Cambridge have had a fantastic start to this season. You can't deny that. They've been absolutely superb so far this season. But Exeter, I'm sorry, conceded 2 poor goals there. However, given the start Exeter have had and they've just come up, I don't think they'll look at this game and be too fussed, especially as this was their first defeat of the season as well. But they were 2 poor goals to concede, and that's why Cambridge won the game 2-1. Okay. Next is Wycombe versus Shrewsbury. Next is Wycombe Shrewsbury. Now this game for me, especially that Wycombe was home, and I don't think anyone expected this result. I think this game was a game to forget for Gareth Ainsworth's side. And it will be especially because Wycombe absolutely dominated this game as well. 18 shots to Shrewsbury's 7, 9 shots on target to Shrewsbury's 2. This is a game that Gareth Ainsworth will 100% want to forget, because this game, and it also because they were home as well, everyone expected Wycombe to fight back and win this game, but this was Shrewsbury's first win of the season. Those stats alone actually proved how much more clinical Shrewsbury was here at Adams Park in this game compared to how unclinical Wycombe was. They did take the lead though, and that is a beautiful strike. That is a fantastic strike there. Absolutely brilliant from Gareth McCleary. A deserved lead as well, because obviously Wycombe dominated this game as well. They absolutely dominated this game, Wycombe. Here's Shrewsbury with the throw-in. Free header. The defence of the Chairboys just looking at themselves. They cannot believe it. That was just over. Again, Shrewsbury looking for... Obviously, they got the winner, but Shrewsbury looking for the winner here. And then they get a penalty because Wycombe was so clumsy. Wycombe was so clumsy. And this is what won Shrewsbury the game. That's a penalty as clear as you like, first of all. And second of all, that's a penalty as clinical as you like. This is a game Wycombe should have won. And this is a game that is literally going to cost them the playoffs if they're not careful. Because they absolutely dominated that game against Shrewsbury. And then ended up losing 2-1. And at home as well. Ainsworth would be furious about that. If I was Ainsworth, I would have been furious with that. Dominating a game to then lose 2-1 in the worst manner possible. And fair play to Shrewsbury because they took their chances and they got what they got. Moving on to Portsmouth's away day against Cheltenham. And this kicked off Pompey's season here at Whaddon Road. This ended 2-0 Portsmouth. Another defeat for Cheltenham. And there you are, Cheltenham's defence all over the place. Pompey taking advantage straight away. Wonder what Wade would be thinking about that one, the Cheltenham manager. I mean, to be fair, I think a lot of people would have had that game as a Pompey win anyway. However, Cheltenham didn't make it easy for Portsmouth. They did have 13 shots and 3 shots on target. Portsmouth, to be fair, did have more, 15 shots and 4 shots on target. Cheltenham had more corners than Portsmouth, but no matter what, this game kicked off Danny Cowley's season. Hang on. Let me look at this throw-in again. That throw-in, oh shit, I didn't mean to put that on full screen. That throw-in, that's got to be the closest throw-in I've seen to a corner flag I've ever seen in my life. Look how close that is. It was a very Rory Delap throw as well there from Pompey. And did they score here? No, they didn't. They just missed. But they were looking to double their lead there. Obviously, they do double their lead. But they couldn't quite then. Let's see what the Argyle way have said. Would love for us to beat Wickham. Let's see what Liam has said. Would love for us to beat Wickham away, but they always seem to beat us because they play their cheating football every single time. And that is very true. Me being an Argyle fan, I know this. This is so true. I said this to Harvey England the other day. Watch Plymouth go on an unbeaten run between now and October, and then the minute we play Wickham at Adams Park, we'll get absolutely screwed over by Ainsworth's side, and it'll just be a nightmare. And it'll be a day to forget, as always, because we can never manage to bloody beat Wickham at this rate. If we beat them this season, I will go absolutely ballistic, and it'd be unbelievable. And then Pompey going back to Pompey, they got the penalty. And they doubled their lead. It's another match in League One where you have a side that's clinical and a side that's not clinical, but one side comes out on top. And that proved to be Portsmouth at the end of the day. So Pompey 2-0 winners in Gloucestershire, away to Cheltenham. Now, Accrington Stanley then next had a goal fest against bottom side Burton. I think this is the highest scoring match of the season so far. I'm going to double check that to see if that's true. It ended 4-4 between Accrington Stanley and Burton. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think it is, but I'll have a look going into the rest of the games so far this season anyway. But I think it's one of the highest scoring so far. 4-4 against Burton. This must have been, from a neutral's perspective, this must have been a cracking game to watch. Even if you're a Burton fan, to be fair, when you've seen your side have an absolute dreadful start to the season, you then see a fantastic game like this, even though you'd obviously want to come out with a win. Burton take the lead there. Oh, they doubled their lead as well. So this... In fact, let's have a look at the... I want to have a look at the stats of this game, actually, before we look at the rest of the game, as we see Burton double their lead. Burton went 3-0 up. So if I was a Burton fan, I'd be fuming with this because you could have seen this as your first win of the season. See what I mean? Accrington Stanley's defence there was all over the place. And then Stanley fought back to deny Burton a first win of the season. I mean, I'm sorry, Burton's keeper should have done so much better there. 2.2k on the video away at Derby. Oh, fantastic news. That is absolutely fantastic. Let's keep these views going up for the Argyle way. I'm not going to say that about here on Cornish Jana because this is a subsidiary, of course, a subsidiary channel of the Argyle way. This is just me, Jack Edwards, being Jack Edwards, as well as on my other channel, the Samurai Duke. Anyway, Stanley then get another goal back. Again, the reason why this video is on this channel and not on the Argyle way was because obviously a lot of our amazing Green Army fans would have seen these results already this season, and with me having so much to do with my masters, I know I've seen the highlights of these already and etc. But I wanted to recap so I can actually say my opinions on all these. As so I have an analysis on them, a bit like what Shearer and Codor match of the day, because it's fun to do it like that, isn't it? Anyway, here's Stanley scoring again. Oh my god, what a header as well! The Stanley player didn't even look where he was going, and Burton's keeper. I don't know what words you'd have to say. You have to say in that mind right now. There we go, 4-4. Burton looked absolutely disgusted. And Burton's a team that Plymouth drew at last season. So, and with Burton being absolutely dreadful so far this season, if we even draw at Burton this season, that's going to look awful on us. We can't have that. We have to surely beat Burton, no problem this season, given the way they've been so far. Absolutely woeful. 4-4 between Accrington Stanley and Burton. Burton absolutely bottled that. Absolutely bottled that. Unbelievable. And before we go on to the last game of round 3 between Sheffield Wednesday and Charlton at Hillsborough, one of my Argyle Way members, Harvey, has just messaged saying, just coming in, Jack, message me on Insta your email you use for Zoom so I can make you the alternative host. Just in case I don't make it tomorrow. No worries. That's absolutely fine. I'll put that in the group chat now, actually. I have to come up with what I can for content-wise tomorrow to entertain Nick and Jack. It will be fine. It will be fine. Look, I'm a talker. I don't shut up. So even if the two Harveys and Liam aren't in the video with Nick and Jack tomorrow, we will spend the whole time talking about Plymouth Oxford for the preview. But I think the boys, apart from one of the Harveys, Harvey England, I think one of the boys will surely join us during the video at some point anyway. But yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Either Harvey will be host or I will be host, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. It'll all be fine as long as Plymouth win on Tuesday against Oxford, touchwood. That's all I care about. Anyway, Sheffield Wednesday versus Charlton at Hillsborough to wrap up round 3. To wrap up the third round of the season at League One. Oh, Charlton had a chance there, but Wednesday blocked that so well. This was a narrow 1-0 win for Sheffield Wednesday as well. A bit like our 1-0 win against Barnsley at the start of the season. And to be fair to Charlton, they had more shots on target and more possession than Sheffield Wednesday during the entire game. So they made this look hard for Wednesday, and it was at Hillsborough as well. Here's another chance here for Charlton. So if anything, I'm going to be honest, I think Sheffield Wednesday were lucky 1-0 winners here. And when we were on that Zoom call with Jake, the Sheffield Wednesday fan, I can now see why he's been so frustrated with his season so far. Because even though Wednesday have grinded out some results, there have been other games where some of these wins, they've been lucky. They've honestly been lucky. And I can see why they'll be fuming with all this, despite the wins. But they do get the goal here, and Wednesday do take the lead here against Charlton. Liam, do you want to meet at the game on Tuesday, Jack, mate? Of course, Liam. Liam, I'm going to turn up. I'm going to turn up at Home Park around 4:30, 5 o'clock. Probably 5 o'clock. 5:30, something like that. We'll see. But I will at least want to turn up 2 hours before kickoff at 7:45. So, yeah, honestly, no, I'd love to meet up before the game with any of you. Because I'm going to vlog it regardless anyway. So I'll try and meet as many Plymouth fans as I can, as many Oxford fans as I can. Yeah, honestly. I mean, I'll let you know, Liam, on what time I turn up, but it should be around 5 o'clock. I'll probably leave my place at around between 4:30 and 5 o'clock. This is a half an hour walk anyway. And I'll message all of you when I leave my place to go up to Home Park. Because it's a 25-minute walk from me, so I know it'll be easy for me to get to. I'll probably even go to Spoons beforehand, so I don't end up buying food at the stadium. Because I know how crowded it can get at half time and before kickoff at football matches. But yeah, going back to that game between Sheffield Wednesday and Charlton, Charlton actually played really well here, and now I can see why. They bloody dismantled us at the Valley, because they put in a cracking performance against Sheffield Wednesday at Hillsborough. They're quite unlucky to lose actually that game, because they won against Derby at the Valley, deservedly so, and they were unfortunate. To be honest. They were unfortunate to lose there at Sheffield Wednesday, but like you said there again, though, Liam, they will find it hard when they play us at Home Park. And last season, again, proved that, because we did win against Charlton at Home Park. 2-0 Argyle, I reckon, for the Oxford game. I'm going to say 3-1. I'm going to say 3-1. I know I'll be fuming if we concede a goal, but again, a win is a win at the end of the day. I'm going to go 3-1 to Plymouth. Even if we do concede a goal like that, I'd say 3-1 is still a solid win regardless. Right. I'm going to need another quick whiz, not going to lie. So I'll be as quick as I can before I go into round 4 of the season. And I know what... I've just looked at Google. I know what game is first. Oh, I want to cry. And this was the game I was at as well. Charlton against Plymouth at the Valley. The only game I've been to live so far this season for us. And of course, the game I've been to so far has ended up being our worst performance of the season. Anyway, I will be right back. I'll be as quick as I can. I don't want viewers to see an empty screen. Right. Okay. In the second half of this, I'm back. Okay. I'm gonna for the second half of this for this video. Depending on how long I go on for, of course, I'm gonna try and keep it down a little bit because, of course, first of all, it's 10-1. Second of all, I think all of my housemates have gone to bed, so I don't want to obviously wake them up by accident. I'm also gonna, as we're now on to what I call the second half of this live stream, I'm gonna switch my floodlights on, which is basically my Christmas lights. I know they're not really Christmas because they're multicolored, but I don't care. I love a nice set room. Okay. Right. Let's continue, shall we? What's Liam said now? Okay. How many fans would you say Oxford would bring down? Surely not many. I would say 200 to 250-ish. Oh, that's a good question, actually. I don't know, because I don't think they'll bring a lot, like your Sheffield Wednesdays, Ipswiches, Portsmouths, Wood, Boltons, Charltons, obviously Exeter because of the derby. But I wouldn't say they wouldn't bring. I wouldn't say they'd be really quiet either. Like, I don't know, let's say, who can I think of? Forest Green, maybe an example for that. I don't know, but I'd say bang average for Oxford. I'd say around, I'd say a bit higher than 250. I'd say about 5, I think just below 500. I don't know. That's a tricky one. But I don't know. That's a really tricky one. I'm going to say just below 500, but they'll be one of those clubs where they won't bring as much as like Exeter, Ipswich, Portsmouth, Sheffield Wednesday, Charlton, Derby, Bolton, but they'll bring a lot more than, I'd say, clubs like MK Dons, Forest Green. Who else can I think of? Probably Burton, maybe Cambridge. I'd say they're in the middle, Oxford, on that one. So we'll see. But judging by their home atmosphere and their fans in terms of singing compared to us, I'm sorry. I think we're going to absolutely outsing them. But we'll see. We should outsing Oxford, for crying out loud. They nowhere near have the fan culture and passionate voices like we do. Also, and I know Oxford are the butt of the jokes for this all the time as a football club, but they do have free stands in their stadium at the Kazam. So what more can I say? They need to get a fourth stand. I know it's not easy because money's involved as well, but they need to get a fourth stand for that stadium. They do. Anyway. Oh, God, do I have to watch Charlton Plymouth again? Because I was at the game itself, and this was 100% our worst performance of the season so far. And this was 100% the only game Argyle have had so far this season where we've been absolutely tormentingly poor. Charlton absolutely dominated this game. In fact, most of Charlton's goals, which were 3 in the first half, they literally scored right directly in front of me, because where I was sitting was right in front of that goal as well. It was the same goal, fun enough, that what's his name? That Whittaker scored for us as our consolidation goal. But either way, regardless, it was still such an awful performance from us. And I will get the stats up again. Although, one thing I will take away from that game is that I'm sorry, that Wilson red card was absolutely ridiculous. I know I'm biased towards Argyle, and I will say things as it is in football. Like, even if it's a deserved red card for Argyle, I would say it's a deserved red card. But That Wilson red card was absolutely pathetic. There's no way that was a red card. That red card reminded me of Reece James's against Liverpool last season for Chelsea at Anfield. No way a red card. I knew it was going to be a penalty because it was a handball, but it was such a soft handball. It was such a soft handball. But that's how bad the game has gone these days. You now get penalties and red cards for the smallest, tinsiest contact possible. And I've said this before in streams before. The game has gone too soft these days, and it's absolutely pathetic. How that was a red card is beyond me. Freaking shocking, honestly. I know we deserve to lose, and we so deserve to lose against Charlton. No doubt about it. The performance was shambolic from us in Southeast London, but there was no way that was a red card. I'm sorry. And I will disagree completely with any Charlton fans that come on here and say, that was a deserved red card. No chance. No chance. Oh, God. Was not a good moment at all. There's a Cooper tried to clear it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I knew when I was watching that, I knew that was going to be given a penalty. I knew that was going to be given a penalty, considering how soft the game has got these days. But the fact the referee gave Wilson a red card for that is a joke. I was screaming my lungs off when I saw Wilson got sent off. Oh, and then Charlton. I'm trying to look. Oh no, this is selfish now. I'm trying to look for me in the crowd now, trying to put the Charlton striker off. Oh dear, dear, dear. Number 9 for Charlton. Jaden Stockley, and he's the captain, of course, as well. I was trying to put him off so bad. (2-0). To be fair, they did deserve to be 2-0 up because, like I've said before, Plymouth were shocking. They were absolutely shocking in this game. I'll tell you what, I'm sorry. And I watched this directly in front of me, and I hate to say this because this was against us, but so far, from what I've seen in this review of the season, this third goal by Charlton, I'm sorry, I hate to say this because it was against us as well. This third goal by Charlton for me is goal of the season so far. That's a phenomenal strike. Cooper had no chance, which is a shame because Cooper is meant to be on paper the best keeper in the league. That third goal from Clare, that third goal from Sean Clare, absolutely spectacular. You cannot deny that at all, even as a blimmin' Argyle fan, and it was against us. Honestly, that has to be, for me so far, goal of the season. And it was absolutely unreal. Oxford have been allocated 1,000 tickets. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna say around 450 for Oxford. I don't think they'll bring loads, but I don't think they'll bring very little either. That's what I'm gonna say. But if they've been allocated 1,000, but if that was Sheffield Wednesday, Portsmouth, Exeter, Ipswich, Derby, they'd definitely be around that 1,000, 100%. That's if they were allocated that, of course. Right, I think here is our consolidation goal. Yes, it is. This is our consolidation goal from Whittaker. Freaking superb. That's what I was celebrating like when we scored that. To be fair, Charlton's keeper Wallacott should have done so much better. Where's me? There I am. I can see me in the crowd. That's my next challenge now when I get to review us against Derby, is try and find Liam in the crowd. But there I am with my massive red iPhone and my scarf and my not light bluish hair. I can see me in that left corner. Oh, what a moment that was after such an awful defeat. But yeah, no, like you've just said there, Liam, is that all you take away? That's still, even if Oxford do even if Oxford do take away 450, that's still not great, is it? So yeah, I do agree with that. Yeah, you know what, Liam? I will when after this stream tonight, I will send it to the group chat. So in fact, it's on Argyle TV as well, though. It's not just on YouTube, it's on Argyle TV, and it's more clearer on Argyle TV as well. So I'll take a screenshot and I'll just send it to you all. But yeah, oh no, that obviously that was the best moment of the game. In what was such an awful performance and an awful defeat. See, our defence was all over the place. Cooper again and Gillespie. Gillespie had a shocking game, I thought, against Charlton. Should have done so much better then. 4-1 to Charlton, which is a shame because I really like Gillespie as well. And I do agree with Harvey England that he should be in our defence starting 11 without a shadow of a doubt. But he did have an off game against Charlton, which was a shame. And what did Liam say? There is no chance you'll find me if I'm all the way at the top. You never know. We'll see. We'll see. And then that was 5-1. Wraps up an awful performance by us. An absolutely fantastic performance by Charlton. But this shocked me from Charlton because a lot of people, neutral fans, have said that Charlton's... a lot of neutral fans have said that Charlton's atmosphere is very good. To be fair, it wasn't too bad, but we outsung them. We outsung them until they went 5-1 up because a lot of our fans left after the 5th goal. Apart from me, that was me belching there, I apologise. Apart from me, I always stay until full time because that's what it should be. That's what it should be. And like Liam's just put out, yep, I've been live for 3 hours now. Come on. But yeah, no, once this stream does eventually finish, which I'm not going to lie, I think isn't going to finish till 2 a.m. But we'll see. But I'm going to put chapters in this anyway, so people can look at what parts of the review they want to see. Anyway, that's that done. Charlton 5, Plymouth 1, awful performance by us, and an undeserving red card. It was absolute joke. Moving on to Barnsley versus Bristol Rovers, which Barnsley comfortably won 3-0. Let's have a look at this then and re-look at how Barnsley did against Bristol Rovers here. I'll scroll down, you muppets. My computer being a pain in the arse again. Nothing. You can say that. Yeah, it will. The chapters will take me a while, but I guess that's the whole... That's the whole love of editing, isn't it, Liam? Right. I'm just going to look at the stats here before I look at the highlights. Oh, to be fair, shots and on target wise, Barnsley dominated the gas, but Bristol Rovers did have slightly more possession. But let's have a look and see how. Let's see how Barnsley dominated this game, even though they didn't possession wise, but. Oh my God, they're tearing Bristol Rovers' defence into that first goal. That was easy. That was so easy for Barnsley. But I'm sorry, look at the amount of empty seats there are at Oakwell. Again, this is what I saw at the Valley. You wouldn't get this at Home Park, no matter who we play against. And that's why we're the mighty Green Army. Look at the amount of empty seats there are at Barnsley. I can't believe it. Oh. But, that's a poor goal for Bristol Rovers to concede. Deflection, and it went in, 2-0 Barnsley. I know Barnsley, stats-wise, dominated this game, but that is a poor goal to concede from Bristol Rovers. Was that 3-0? No, that wasn't 3-0. Rovers do clear it. Here's Barnsley on the attack again. Oh, that was a very good finish, to be fair. Yeah, no, this was a deserved 3 points. This was for Barnsley. Look at the Insta group chat. I have to briefly look at it, Liam, while I stream, because I don't want to end up unsociable that way accident. Right, I'm going to multitask while I put the Bolton Morecambe game on, which Bolton won 1-0. Oh, there's adverts anyway. Right, so yeah, I will have a look at this. Right. Sorry, it's just some memes, guys. That Arsenal one's hilarious. I think every Arsenal fan feels like that right now, with them being top of the Premier League. Yeah, me being with Chelsea, my favourite Premier League team, I still can't believe Tuchel's been sacked. It's an absolute disgrace. And I'm not going to lie, and I know it sounds biased, but I completely agree with that guy there, the Lampard view. I would say it's one of the most unfair sackings I've probably ever seen in my life in football. Oh, unbelievable. Oh, I don't know what else to say about that, to be honest. Right. Anyway, I got to crack on because I don't want to make this stream too long at the end. So I'm just watching every highlight as I can. Here's Bolton versus Morecambe. Two Northwest clubs going at each other. Bolton on the attack again. Oh, that's a shame. Morecambe's keeper should have saved that. Oh, that was not gonna lie. I thought that was a sloppy finish from Bolton. Honestly, it's Bradley's finish, the loanee from Liverpool. Nah, Morecambe should have done better there. To be fair, though, Bolton did dominate this game, so this would be a deserved 1-0 win for the Trotters. It's a very good save by the Morecambe keeper there. But here's a Shrimpers free kick. Just wide. Close. They got close. Another Bolton free kick. Just tipped over by the keeper. Another chance for Bolton. And it's just wide. But stats-wise, this is a deserving 1-0 win for Bolton. But Morecambe did have their chances when they did. They just couldn't get it in. Right. Next fixture are two teams most Argyle fans absolutely cannot stand, that played in the other corner of Devon. Exeter hosted Wickham at the Park. Oh, adverts, go away. Right. Two teams that Argyle don't particularly like. Exeter versus Wickham. This was a very clinical and very good Exeter performance, I thought this was, in my opinion. I mean, that's Wickham's defence was all over the place there with that first goal. And the Grecians took the lead. And then Exeter double their lead. 2-0. Deservedly so. And yeah, Exeter went 2-0 up. But of course, Wickham did get one back for Ainsworth's side. But either way, this was a poor defeat. This was for Wickham. I think people expected Wickham to at least get a result in this match. But also at the same time, this match alone proves how much of a fantastic start Exeter have had this season. And out of the 4 promoted teams, Exeter, Forest Green, Bristol Rovers and Port Vale, this is again proof that Exeter have been by far the best of the 4 promoted sides. There's Wickham's goal. Very good finish there to get that past Jamal Blackman. But Exeter... and free header, 3-1. Superb performance by the red half of Devon. But it's performances like this on why Exeter have had a brilliant start to the season. Compared to Port Vale, Bristol Rovers and Forest Green, Exeter have been fantastic compared to the other 3. And I had Bristol Rovers down to do the best this season. But so far, Exeter have absolutely blown the other 3 to bits. Which will look bad on the other 3 as well. No, honestly, brilliant. That was a brilliant performance from Exeter. And that was a performance to forget for Gareth Ainsworth. Right, the next match is 2 more red teams. Fleetwood hosting Cheltenham. Oh, my nose has been a pain today. This game ended 0-0. So both sides will be frustrated to not come away with a win here. But I'd say 0-0 was a fair enough result, to be honest. Fleetwood did have more shots on target, though, than Cheltenham. But possession and shots altogether-wise was so even Stevens in this. There's the Cheltenham loanee, once again, on loan from Southampton. Having a shot going over. There's a seagull flying over our camera screen there. And again, it is Fleetwood, so I'm not surprised. Here comes Fleetwood again. Oh, just tipped over by the Cheltenham keeper. That was close as well. That was close. Nah, I'd say a deserved point from both of them, from both Fleetwood and Cheltenham. So here comes Fleetwood again. And that's just wide. And that sums up that performance, really. Goalless from both sides. Now we've got Pompey taking on Cambridge at Fratton Park. And from what my mate Gabe said, Pompey fan, about this performance, he said Portsmouth were absolutely unreal in this, even though, and I remember looking at the scoreline for this while I was watching Charlton Plymouth at the time, Cambridge did actually take the lead, didn't they? They did take the lead at Fratton Park. So, despite the scoreline, guess they really did give it a go, didn't they? Yeah, because Ironside gave Cambridge a lead. But Pompey still deserving 4-1 winners. Yeah, this is going to be Ironside's goal now, isn't it? Yeah. Oh no, it's not. No, not quite yet. That's Pompey's keeper. That's Pompey's number 1, Griffiths, denying Cambridge the lead there. But obviously, Cambridge do take the lead. And this is another thing I was going to say in this part of the video. Actually, that's when Cambridge take the lead. They could have done so much better there, Portsmouth. But Ironside with the goal for Cambridge. But I was just going to say, one player who I think has been absolutely unreal so far this season, and he plays for Portsmouth, is that man there who has just scored the equaliser for Pompey, Colby Bishop. He has been absolutely unreal for Pompey so far this season. He's been brilliant, and I hope Cooper and our defence do everything we can to stop him at all costs, score, and make sure he has a bad game against us at Fratton Park on Saturday. Because Colby Bishop has been absolutely superb this season so far. Cooper and our defence need to do everything we can to stop him playing at Fratton Park. Because he's been brilliant so far this season. And that's when Pompey go 2-1 up and take the lead from Cambridge. And that's 3-1. Cambridge's defence all over the place. I mean, to be fair, with the stats anyway, Pompey did deserve this victory. And then I think this will be the 4th goal, won't it? Cross, half volley in. And that is that. Ogilvy wrapping up the game there for Pompey. Cambridge had no answer back. Right, on to the next game, Burton versus Ipswich. Now, this ended 1-0 to Ipswich. Only 1-0, so they could have done a lot better against the worst side in the league so far. But doesn't matter, regardless either way. Still a massive 3 points for Kieran McKenna's side. So that's the main thing for that, regarding all that. I mean, Ipswich still... Actually, no. Burton actually gave Ipswich a hard time, actually, because they did have more shots on target than Ipswich did. But the only difference being is that... Burton did give Ipswich a hard game. But Ipswich did have more shots overall. Liam, my day off for college is Wednesday, so this coming Wednesday we can record the review of Oxford if Young Fan Podcast and Nick is all good for that. I will ask them if they want to be part of the review as well. I don't know if they'll be able to, but I will ask them regardless anyway in the preview tomorrow. However, or today, as I should say. However, I have got an interview. I have got an interview at Argyle itself on Wednesday. So I hope that goes really well. One of the biggest interviews of my life, that is. So I'm quite nervous. So I'm hoping it goes all to plan. So I know I've got that to prioritise more than anything, but hopefully, touch wood, it will be all right. But I'm going to try and do that first thing anyway, some point in the morning. But I'll see. I'll work it out in the preview video later on anyway. I don't have a time. Liam. Wendy said I can come in anytime. That'll be the person I'm working with, by the way. She said I can come in anytime. So, between about 9 in the morning to 3 p.m. when the ticket office shuts. So probably 3, 4, 5 p.m. I don't know, but it'll be any time. But I'm going to aim for like some point in the morning. It'll probably be around 10, 11 o'clock. But I'll make sure I set my alarm. So yeah, but no, should all go to plan. But we'll work it out anyway. I will. I'll see if Nick and Jack will be up for the review as well. I don't think they will be, but we'll see. We'll see. But the main thing is they're definitely up for the preview, and I'm looking forward to. Well, first of all, obviously I'm already a friend of Nick's, so I'm really looking forward to speaking to him again. But second of all, I can't wait to meet Jack. That's going to be really big. That's going to be huge for us guys already. So. And I'll tell you what, he knows his stuff. I really like Jack as well. He really knows his stuff. Definitely more than me, I can tell you that now. And I don't want to beat myself up or anything, but honestly, his football knowledge, I know I say my football knowledge sometimes is brilliant, but Young Fan Podcast, his football knowledge is it's outstanding. And he's so passionate about Oxford United as well, and I can't blame him for that. I love him for that as well. Well, yeah, Nick will come on. He's humble, but he'll just come on. He'll come if we beat Oxford on Tuesday. He'll just come onto the stream, just going, I don't believe it. He's one of those kind of people. He's not like Ty from AFTV, who will just not accept the result no matter what and will come up with excuses as much as possible. And there is Ipswich's goal. That man again, Marcus Harness. What a signing he has been from Pompey. I think that's a big. I know Pompey have been brilliant so far this season, but I think that's a massive loss for Pompey for selling Harness to Ipswich. Used to play for Burton as well, Marcus Harness, and he struck the winner. He did celebrate as well, so I don't know how Burton fans will feel about that. Anyway, moving on, 1-0 Ipswich. Oxford took on Lincoln at home, and this is a result that I think Oxford fans will want to forget, because this was Lincoln's first win of the season. And yeah, we'll try and get Pieface on. We'd love to get him on. He's phenomenal. But yeah, no, I was just going to say, these two games literally sum up Oxford's season so far. Away to Bristol Rovers and at home against Lincoln. They'll be fuming with these two games. And you can see that already, judging by Lincoln's opening goal there. Hopper with the opening finish there for Lincoln. Oxford will be kicking themselves for that first goal there for the Imps. And then Lincoln double their lead. That's a very good finish as well. Lincoln double their lead. So, like I said, And this will be a disappointing performance for Oxford as well, because Oxford dominated this game as well. 16 shots to 5 shots. 5 shots on target to Lincoln's 3. I know that's more tight, but still. That's still definitely a lot more for Oxford. Honestly, it's this game and the Bristol Rovers game that is why Oxford are in where they are at the moment in the table. They do get one back, to be fair. But honestly, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I honestly don't believe it. I'm waiting for Oxford's goal now. Yeah, it's a penalty. Of course it was. Bottom right. That was a very good penalty. Very good penalty. At that time, you'd think it's game on. But for Oxford fans, it didn't end up being that way. And Lincoln recorded their first win of the season. They nearly got the equaliser there, but that was a brilliant save by Lincoln's keeper. Right. On to another goalless draw. Shrewsbury versus Derby. So at least us, Argyle, weren't the only ones that had such a terrible round 4 during to the season, because I think Derby fans will be kicking themselves drawing 0-0 with Shrewsbury. I just need to reply to this message really quickly. Anyway, that's that done. Right. Anyway, where are we? Shrewsbury Derby at the Meadow in Shropshire. Yeah, this will be seen as a go away adverts. Honestly, I'm trying to watch the blooming game here, and all it is stop blocking adverts. Just come up with that another time, all right? Anyway, Derby dominated this game as well, so this will also be seen as a really disappointing performance from the Rams. Like, I don't think anyone had Derby to lose or draw this game, even if it was away to Shrewsbury. But Shrewsbury got themselves a very good point here. They nearly scored as well, but got saved by the Rams' defence. The Shrews can't believe it. Another chance for Shrewsbury, surely. No, not quite. Derby clear on her, but then it comes back. No, way over from the Shrewsbury. From the Shrewsbury players there. So Derby fans probably going, way in the background. I don't know. I haven't got the sound on, obviously. Right. And then that chance went nowhere either. Derby have a corner. It's Hurahan's corner. Another chance here for Derby. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I mean, no matter how long this stream goes on for, I'm going to do it tonight, so I don't have to, let's say I do the first 4 rounds tonight and then just worry some point in the week and do the next 3. And I don't want to obviously do them right after round 8 when we play Oxford, of course. So, yeah, anyway, yeah, Shrewsbury Derby, that was a disappointing performance from Derby. Very good point, I'd say, from Shrewsbury. Right, on to MK Dons, who get their first win of the season against Port Vale. So let's have a look at this. Oh, this is quite a tight game, to be fair, even though, of course, MK Dons won the game. Let's have a look at it. Look at those empty seats. Well, then again, it is MK Dons, so I'm not surprised. But that was a very good finish. That gave the Dons the lead. But here we are. We're at the we're once again at in my opinion, the emptiest ground in the Football League. They call Man City the empty hat, but then again, go to MK Dons. I know I've never been to MK Dons, but from every game I've seen online in all these years, just look at it. I'm sorry, but just look at it. I know MK Dons fans are going to murder me right now with me saying all this, but I'm sorry, but just it's nothing against them. I'm just saying the truth. But anyway, but they should be proud of this performance, though, because this was their first win of the season, this 2-1 win over Port Vale. But MK Dons are nowhere near playing the standards they played last season. Like Harvey said already in this stream, selling Scott Twine and their other star player. For God's sake, his name. For God's sake, I'm being quick as I can with my research here. Transfers out. There we go. Harry Darling, of course. Harry Darling. Of course, he's gone to Swansea. Again, those two players have been a big loss for the Dons, and they're nowhere near playing the standards that they played last season, which in the Football League can happen. Like I said already, it's already happened with Lincoln 2 seasons ago. They were in the playoff final, lost to Blackpool. Next season, they nowhere near had the season they had. Now look at them now. They're just hovering above the relegation zone to League Two. That's what makes the Football League so competitive. There is, that's Port Vale's goal there. Header, bang, in. But, yeah, 2-1 MK Dons. First win of the season. And to wrap up round 4, it's now just gone 1:30. So I don't think I'm going to be done till 3 a.m, but it's fine. It's fine. I'll try and ramble as quick as I can. To wrap up round 4, we had Peterborough versus Sheffield Wednesday, which was a 2-0 win for Peterborough. Sheffield Wednesday had a man sent off as well. So again, just like with Derby's performance and Wickham's defeat, even though it was to our arch rivals, Plymouth weren't the only ones that had a bad results in round 4, and also Sheffield Wednesday. I'm sorry, they like I said already in the game before against Charlton, they were quite lucky. Charlton actually gave them a really hard time, but they were shocking against Peterborough. And yeah, that's the red card. Let's have a look at that challenge again. I want to look at this challenge again. It was It was James for Sheffield Wednesday who got sent off. Reece James, funny enough, the same name as the Chelsea player. Reece James got himself sent off Sheffield Wednesday for that challenge. There on Peterborough's Joe Ward. I'm not surprised it's a red card. Look at the way the Peterborough players are surrounding the game's referee. But, I mean, that's definitely more of a red card than bloody ours was against Charlton. For definite. No, Peterborough absolutely dominated this game. This was a game to forget for Wednesday. And this is where their away form has been questionable. They're doing everything they can, though, to get rid of the ball, but Peterborough are pressing in this match. They've gone from that awful performance against us at Home Park to this brilliant performance here against Sheffield Wednesday at London Road. Here's Peterborough again on the attack. Wednesday, header 1-0. Wednesday just did not look great in this game at all so far. There's another Peterborough player going down. And then that's 2-0. Well, look at Wednesday's defence there, all over the place. Peterborough take advantage. They double their 2-0 lead. No, they double their lead to make it 2-0, sorry. Nearly made it 3, but that was a good save there by Stockdale. I think that was Stockdale. Yeah, it was. And Bergstrom, of course, was in the lineup for Peterborough. But yeah, no, that was a deserved Peterborough victory, that was. So, that's that. And now on to round 5. Oh, wait, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've missed one game, and I know it got postponed originally because it was a waterlogged pitch. But I am gonna put it on now because it was originally part of round 4, and it was Forest Green taking on Accrington Stanley at the New Lawn. So let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this then. Oh, that should have been 1-0 Forest Green there. That was a very good shot. I had this down as a 2-0 win for Accrington Stanley. But this is a good win, this is for Forest Green. And this is a win that they would have looked to win anyway because, well, I know Accrington Stanley had a great season last season, but I know this will be a match that Forest Green will look at to try and win. And they did win. They delivered in this match. Well, Accrington Stanley, even though they got a goal back, didn't really lay a huge glove on Forest Green in this. They had more shots, but Forest Green only just had more shots on target. Yeah, they may have given it a hard go, but this was an important win, this was, for FGR. For their second win of the season so far. Here's Stanley's free kick. Oh, that was just wide. Here comes Stanley again. That is, that is Stanley's equaliser. And then bottom left, and that is what wrapped up the win for the Vegan Club. 2-1 to Forest Green. Could have made it 3-1 because that Accrington Stanley player there just slipped. So yeah, no, 2-1 Forest Green. Took advantage of Stanley there, and that'll be a match Stanley fans will not be happy about. So that wraps up round 4. Now we go on to round 5, where we kick off with Shrewsbury versus Ipswich. No, not that one. This ended up a 3-0 win for the Tractor Boys. 2 towns going against each other as well. Where is it? There we go. This was a dominant Ipswich display. Like I've said already in this stream so far, Ipswich looks so much better this year. Oh, look at that for a bit. What a goal that is. I'd have to say that's one of the goals of the season as well by Tyrese John Jules there. Honestly, that was superb. Literally skipped past the Shrewsbury midfield and defence to score that finish. Honestly, Ipswich looks so much better already this season than they do last season. And they'll want to keep it up if they want to get promoted. Here come Ipswich again. Oh, look at that. Oh no, sorry, that's the repeat. I'm an idiot. And there's the second goal. Alex Griffin would be absolutely delighted with that. Brilliant stuff from Ipswich. 2-0 to the Tractor Boys. To be fair, the Shrewsbury keeper should have done so much better. And there's number 3. And the Shrewsbury keeper should have done so much better there again. But honestly, with Shrewsbury's 4 shots compared to Ipswich's 13, 1 shot on target to Ipswich's 6, and 33% possession to Ipswich's 67. Ipswich were the miles better side in this game. The miles better side. You can see why their fans are absolutely delighted with that performance. And I honestly cannot blame them at all. So moving on. Moving on to Oxford, who host Morecambe. And again, I think this will be a match where Oxford fans will easily want to forget, given the start of the season they've had. But the next 2 games to come for Oxford, things will get a bit more promising for them. This is also frustrating as well because... Oh, wait, hang on. I'm on the wrong game, idiots. This will be frustrating for Oxford as well because Oxford absolutely dominated this game. Oxford absolutely dominated this game. And then Morecambe get a point. This will really pee Oxford fans. It's performances like this. It's games like this that won't get Oxford into the playoffs. Although that is a desert. How did they not get a penalty for that? I can see their frustration there. And then Morecambe take the lead. No wonder the Oxford players are fuming. Oxford dominate the whole game, and then Morecambe have that one shot and they score. But Oxford, of course, do fight back. Not that time, though. That was just wide. One-one. There we go. That made it 1-1. And the Yellows equalise. Deserved the equaliser as well. They've literally dominated this game against Morecambe. But no, that if I was an Oxford fan, I'd be absolutely furious of that performance. But to be fair, they should have had a penalty. So yeah, I can understand that. Right. Next is us. We travelled to Gloucestershire. We travelled to Gloucestershire to face Forest Green away. Now, I will say this already. After that Charlton performance, we knew we had to bounce back here, considering Forest Green's start to the season as well. Literally, we knew we had to win this game, especially if it was against Forest Green, for crying out loud. We knew Argyle, had to win this game, because if we didn't win this game after that horrible Charlton defeat, then first of all, we wouldn't be where we are at the moment in the table. And second of all, something I think would have had to change tactics-wise from Schumacher if we didn't get anything from this Forest Green game. But we did. We ran out 3-0 winners, which was what we should have really done anyway, because it would have been absolutely awful and probably embarrassing for us as well if we didn't have a win against Forest Green. A team that we should be 100% beating if us, Argyle, want to go for promotion this season. And that is us taking the lead there in a nutshell from Plymouth'S, as Forest Green's defence was all over the place. Honestly. But here's Forest Green on the attack, but that goes straight to Cooper. To be fair to Forest Green, they did actually have more possession than we did, but they had 9 shots. They had 9 shots compared to our 8, and 5 shots on target compared to our 5 shots on target, and they had more corners than us. So even though we won 3-0, they did give us a game. However, this was a game we should be winning anyway. 2-0. That time from our other loanee, Ballymumba. Clinical as you like. And then Ennis rounds this off to make it 3-0. That's a very good save by Cooper, but he didn't quite clear it. But Forest Green got a corner from that, so our defence did very well there. And there's the 3-0. What a finish by Ennis to wrap the game up for us. And that was that. That is how you respond after being hammered by Charlton. So, regardless on how we performed, that was brilliant from us. Right, on to two Staffordshire teams now. Burton versus Port Vale. Okay. Let's have a look at this then. Burton versus Port Vale. And Port Vale, if I rightly remember, absolutely dominated this game, which again concludes how dreadful Burton have honestly been. Although they do have a chance there, but that's saved immediately by the Vale keeper. One 0. Again, Burton's defence all over the place. It's again my indigestion. This again proves how awful Burton have been so far this season. Even with Hasselbank gone, they will 100% be going down this season if they continue to perform like how they are now. And here's Burton's defence, Brewers' defence being absolutely exposed once again. And that literally wraps the game up for Port Vale to make it 2-0 winners for Vale. And Burton, again, absolutely embarrassing and shocking. Brilliant Port Vale performance that was. Right. Next at Fratton Park, Pompey hosted Bristol Rovers. This was another brilliant Portsmouth win, this was. And that was already 1-0 there. This is Marquis against his former club. Bristol Rovers did actually have more possession, though. But that's Pompey already taking the lead with that header. The fans loving it. I can't blame them. That's a replay of the first goal. Oh, what was... Oh, Rovers equalised. Oh, fair play to them. And that's Portsmouth's former player, John Marquis, assisting Rovers' equaliser there as well for who is it? Aaron Collins with the equaliser there for Bristol Rovers. And then Pompey, I could see that as a deserved penalty. I mean, come on. I don't know how the Rovers players are arguing with the referee on this. That's a clear penalty as today. 2-1 Pompey. Keeper went the wrong way. And then it ends 3-1 to wrap the game up for Portsmouth. Bristol Rovers' defence and keeper having no chance. Another superb win for that Blue Army. And that wraps the game up for Pompey. Another brilliant win. Now we go to another Blue Army. Now we go to another Blue Army, and Peterborough absolutely tormented Lincoln in this game. 4-0 winners for Posh. They absolutely tormented Lincoln in this. Oh, this should have scored that, though. That so really should have been a 5-0 win for Grant McCann's side. And this is another reason why. I think Peterborough are definitely going to be around the playoffs, because Grant McCann has done it before and he can easily do it again. I look at that for a finish. Absolutely superb. Lincoln's defence and goalkeeper had absolutely no chance. That's a pen. Two-0 Posh. Lincoln's keeper went the wrong way. And then 3-0. Peterborough literally Peterborough teared Lincoln apart in this game. Absolutely teared Lincoln apart. Literally nutmegged the Lincoln keeper. Marriott's there. Literally tore Lincoln apart in this match, and rightly so, because Lincoln was shocking in that game and didn't lay a glove on Peterborough. Moving on to MK Dons, who took on Accrington Stanley at the MK Stadium. And I'll tell you what, Stanley gave Dons a very good game in this one. That was close. Can't believe this stream's nearly 4 hours. I'm trying to go through the games now as quick as I can, if I can. Oh, that was a very good finish. 1-0 Dons. 1-0 Dons. I can't believe this stream's 4 hours. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine. I'm enjoying this. I'm just obviously recapping on the season so far before Tuesday night, basically. But that was a very good finish there by Dons. Going 1-0 up. In a minute, we'll see Stanley's equaliser, but it's literally Dons with most of the play here. But Stanley did have more shots than them, but they were both level on target. But Dons definitely had more possession than Stanley did. And that is a penalty for Stanley. Sorry about my nose. 1-1. MK Don's keeper went the wrong way and he's very frustrated with himself. Can't blame him, to be honest. It's McConville's equaliser for Stanley. And that gives the Lancashire club a point in Buckinghamshire. Right. Next, at the Valley, was Charlton versus Cambridge. And this ended 1-1. And this game proves to both Plymouth and to Derby on what we could have. This game proves to both Plymouth and Derby on what we could have been doing at the Valley this season, but we completely failed because Cambridge got a point at the Valley this season. And that's a very good result for them. I'm on week 5. I'm on round 5 of 7 still, Liam. That's what I'm on. So I know that it's gone over 4 hours now, but it's okay because I'm just doing what I can. I can't be asked to do 2 separate live streams and then just do the second half of the live stream after Tuesday because I know it'll just get scheduled in, will just be really annoying then. So it's just best for me to catch up with all of the first 7 rounds before Tuesday night, basically. I know I could do tomorrow night, but I can't be asked. That's why I'm doing it all tonight. Anyway, on to round 5. I was still on round 5, sorry. Charlton versus Cambridge. Cambridge's defence went all over the place there as Charlton took the lead. But, like I said, a point for Cambridge at the Valley is a very good result for them. Very good result for them. And that's why, another reason why they're so high up in the table at the moment for their standards. You know what I've seen on YouTube, though, and throughout social media, though, so far, is that there's been a few Cambridge fans going, oh my God, we could go up this season. We could go up. And then there's others going, nah, we won't go up. We're getting carried away. I mean, I don't think they're going to go up. I mean, no, I don't think Cambridge are going to go up at all. However, if they did get into the playoffs, which I don't think they will at all, when you've got us, Derby, Peterborough, Sheffield Wednesday, Portsmouth, Ipswich, Bolton, all there. I don't think they will go up because I think they will fade off. And they have just come up from League 2 a few seasons ago. So if I was Cambridge, staying in League 1 for another season, I'd be pretty pleased with that, to be honest. But I don't know. Like I said, though, if they did go up, it would be a big, amazing underdog story. It would be a big underdog story for definite. Now, next is Exeter versus Cheltenham. Exeter versus Cheltenham. And this, I would say, is easily Exeter's most disappointing game of the season so far. And they absolutely dominated this game again as well. Shows how terrific they've been this season so far. But this is a disappointing performance from the red half of Devon. Honestly, they dominated this game and lost 1-0. And this is even worse for Exeter as well, because they played Cheltenham also. They played Cheltenham in the EFL Cup and absolutely dismantled Cheltenham 7-0. Absolutely dismantled them to then lose 1-0 at the Park. This will be a precious win. This will be for Cheltenham if they want to stay up. I mean, look at that for a finish. That's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic from Nlundulu. Frustrating Exeter performance this is. Because they literally dominated this game and couldn't get anything in, and Cheltenham get a goal. So yeah, Exeter would be furious with that. 1-0 Cheltenham. Next is Fleetwood versus Derby. Next is Fleetwood versus Derby. This was a game Derby dominated as well. Fleetwood held on, though, to a 0-0 draw. So this will be seen as a really bad performance. Really disappointing result, for Derby. So Plymouth weren't the only ones to have an unfortunate result. Fleetwood. Derby join us on that as well, even though the only difference being Derby got a point. And just like us, they dominated the game. And then dominate the game, and then Derby go on to draw 0-0, goalless, with the Codman. Another save by the Fleetwood keeper to keep Derby out of this game. Tell you what, Fleetwood's keeper has been superb in this performance. It's literally Derby shot after shot after shot, and Fleetwood are just keeping them out. Another save from the Fleetwood keeper, and then they get denied again, Derby. Fleetwood's keeper, oh my God, absolutely outstanding in this performance. Derby's been denied yet again. Fleetwood's keeper, Lynch, he had a fantastic performance. That's why Derby didn't win this game, because Fleetwood's keeper, Lynch, was absolutely superb. That time he didn't keep Derby out, but his defence did. And that is a really frustrating point, that is, for Derby, because they dominated that game, but Fleetwood honestly kept them out the whole time. Right, we're nearly at the end of round 5. Going as quick as I can. Right, on to Bolton versus Sheffield Wednesday. One of the games that's more so meant to be seen as one of the higher up ones. What was that? Wow. I know Sheffield Wednesday won this game 2-0. So this was the result they needed to get back into the title race. But Bolton made it difficult for them though, no matter what. 1-0 Sheffield Wednesday there. And then 2-0. Clinical as you like. Sheffield Wednesday get back to winning ways after that awful Peterborough performance. And this is another game where Bolton once again have so much work to do. And they couldn't find a way through to grab a point against the Owls. Bolton doing everything they can though to keep possession here. And there you have it. That wraps up a how do I explain it? A result well needed for the Sheffield Wednesday fans after that disastrous Peterborough performance. And right now that leaves us with one more game. One more game from round 5, which was Barnsley hosting Wycombe. Barnsley hosting Wycombe at Oakwell. And this is Wycombe's second win of the season. And after that disappointing Exeter performance, this I think was a result well needed for Ainsworth's side. "1-0. What a goal as well. Oh, that was really close from Barnsley to equalise then, but Wycombe kept Michael Duff's side out in that occasion. I swear they scored that. No, it just missed. I thought Wycombe just scored that then, but no, they just missed. Oh my God. What a goal. Let me look at that again. I'd say that's one of the goals of the season. Yeah, oh my God. That's that along with that Charlton goal against Plymouth. I'd say that's one of the goals of the season. That goal there from Wickham, from Wickham's number 4. Oh, for God's sake, what's his name? I'm just getting the squad list up now. Dominic Gape, that's it. One of Wickham's midfielders. Literally went for like a David Beckham-ish shot. And Barnsley's keeper, Collins, had absolutely no chance regarding that. What a goal. That's got to be one of the goals of the season. And that doubles Wickham's lead at Oakwell. This is Barnsley now trying to fight back, which they don't. Wickham keep them out. And then that's 3-0 to wrap up victory for the Chairboys. And that wraps up round 5. Right. On to round 6. We kick off round 6 with a goalless draw. We kick off round 6 with a goalless draw in Lancashire between two clubs that play in red. As Accrington Stanley host Exeter. And it's already Exeter with the ball. But I'd say this is a disappointing performance from Exeter, even though they got a draw. For a promoted club, even though they got a draw away from home, Accrington Stanley had 18 shots on target to Exeter's 7. No, 18 shots, to Exeter's 7, and then 2 shots on target and nothing from Exeter. So I think Exeter would come out the happier side regarding this match, and Stanley the more disappointed side. Because I think they would have felt they should have won this game. And to be fair, they should have. Exeter did have a good shot there, but it just went over. Stanley with another chance. No chance for them at all. Exeter, I know Stanley had way more shots on target than Exeter did in this game. But I would say the way Exeter tried to pressure Stanley in some of this, they did deserve a point. But I'd say Exeter would be the happier side after that game. Right, next is a match that was absolutely brilliant. But Bolton did give us a hard time. This is Plymouth versus Bolton at Home Park. They had more shots than us. They had more possession than us. And they had the same amount of shots on target than us. So, this is a brilliant 2-0 win, basically. But I wouldn't say this is as brilliant for Argyle as our 2-0 win against Peterborough. I think that 2-0 win against Peterborough was our best performance of the season so far. Because that derby game was a tale of two halves. First half, we were crap. Second half, we were brilliant. And Cosgrove changed the game for us. But either way, even if Bolton gave Plymouth a huge game in this one, that's our first goal. Brilliant stuff there from Ennis. Absolutely fantastic. To get past that Bolton defence. And I know we were 2-0 winners here, but I'll tell you what, Bolton did not make it easy for us. Because they had their chances as well. Same with Barnsley when we played them at the start of the season. I mean, that was so close to being a Bolton equaliser. Thank God that did not go in. And here's Bolton pressing forward once again. What a save by Cooper. What a save by Cooper. And then it hits the post. Bolton could have so levelled up then. Thank goodness for that. We were clinical in this match. We were clinical. The goals were brilliant. I mean, that's such a brilliant finish from Ryan Hardy. Look at that. Look at that amazing Janner's crowd as well. But I'll tell you what, Bolton did give us a hard time that game. So that is a massive 3 points for us. Massive 3 points. And we go on to another goal fest of a game as two teams in yellow hosted each other. Cambridge hosted Burton. This was a goal-scoring fest, this was. That's 1-0, but Burton took the lead as well. Stats-wise, though, Cambridge did dominate this game. But the Brewers did take the lead here. But Smith got sent off for Burton as well, even after that opening goal. So they didn't quite go Burton's way there, despite taking the lead. Yeah, but this was a gold fest regardless. Yeah, 1-1. Cambridge equalise. Superb stuff by them. But then Burton retake the lead again. This could have been the first win of the season for Burton. But Cambridge had other ideas. Then another goal from Burton. Then Cambridge get another goal. What a game of football this would have been to watch, definitely. And then Cambridge score again, and that wrapped it all up for Cambridge. And it also sums up their perfect start to the season as well. Literally clinical as possible. And that's why Cambridge are in the playoff positions at the moment, because they have been so clinical, so clinical. The next match is a match with 2 red cards. It's a match that I call the A40 derby. It's Cheltenham versus Oxford. Cheltenham versus Oxford, and this is Oxford's second win of the season. This was superb from Oxford. Because these two clubs do connect to each other by the A40. Cheltenham's free kick. One 0 to the host. So Cheltenham did take the lead. So Oxford did, despite dominating this game, Oxford did not get the start they would have wanted. Oh, what a free kick, though. What a free kick that was. That's something Argyle need to look out for on Tuesday night. Oh, that's a late challenge. That's going to be a red. No wonder that's a red card. Second yellow as well. Doesn't surprise me. So Bowden is off. Oxford down to 10 men. And this is Oxford's winner. What a goal. What a penalty. Cheltenham keeper dived the wrong way. Did originally go the right way briefly first as well, but then went the wrong way. Oxford grabbed the points at Wadden Road at the Johnny Rock Stadium. I think this is where Cheltenham's red card is. Yeah, that's a late challenge as well. So an A40 derby of 2 red cards. And the match ended with 20 players on the pitch. Right, next is a promotion clash. Derby, in fact, 2 teams that went down from the Championship. Derby hosting Peterborough. Now this was a performance much more like it from Derby, and a performance to forget for Peterborough. Oh my God, what was that though from the Derby keeper? Peterborough nearly could have easily taken the lead there though. Here's Hurahan. That could have easily been a goal there for the Rams. Now, of course, this game was before Derby played us. This was before Derby played us. So we knew we had to be careful because this was a game Peterborough lost as well. And we didn't want to go through the same thing. And another red card. Thompson for Peterborough gets sent off. It's a Peterborough corner. One 0. But then Derby, of course, fights straight back. Hurahan's pass. Oh, that hit the bar. And now a Rams corner. 1-1. And then 2-1. Peterborough's defence all over the place as Derby take the 3 points. Right, next is the biggest win of the season so far. Next is the biggest win of the season so far. Sheffield Wednesday absolutely tormenting Forest Green. Now, this performance was much more like it from Sheffield Wednesday. And this is what, if the game went ahead, this is what I would have looked out for if Argyle, us, played them back on Saturday, but it didn't happen, of course. So 1-0 Sheffield Wednesday. Then a defensive error by Forest Green to make it 2-0 to the Owls. Honestly, Sheffield Wednesday absolutely tormented Forest Green in this game. Then 3-0. Another defensive error from Forest Green. This just shows how shambolic this Forest Green performance was. This makes Forest Green's performance against Plymouth not too bad now, even though they lost 3-0. But this performance here against Sheffield Wednesday is absolutely shocking. Look at the quietness of the away fans there here at Hillsborough, because they're getting absolutely torn apart here by Sheffield Wednesday. This is a much more like it performance from the Owls. After that disappointing Peterborough game, their clinical win against Bolton and their clinical win against Charlton, this is a much more like it performance from Sheffield Wednesday. And there's the fifth. Forest Green's keeper could have done so much better there. He's fuming with his defence, rightly so. And yeah, Sheffield Wednesday, that's the biggest win of the season so far. Sheffield Wednesday absolutely tore Forest Green apart. Right, next is Port Vale versus Portsmouth. Scarlett was the scorer for Pompey. To be honest, though, Port Vale did give Pompey a really hard time in this game. More possession than Pompey, 10 shots to Pompey's 11, and 4 shots on target to Pompey's 2. So they gave Portsmouth a really hard time this game. So actually, I'd say Port Vale were quite unfortunate to lose 1-0 to Danny Cowley's side here. They really gave Pompey a hard game here. So for Portsmouth to grind out this 1-0 win is brilliant from their perspective. And they're unfortunate in this game, Port Vale. Very unfortunate. They really gave it a good try against Danny Cowley's team. But I guess football can be cruel sometimes because, like I said, Portsmouth took all the points and Port Vale really gave Pompey a hard time. Yeah, like I said, they really gave Pompey a hard time, Port Vale. Look at them. Yeah. Unlucky, to be honest. Port Vale were really unlucky in that game, to be honest. They really gave Pompey a hard time. Very good 1-0 win, that is, for Cowley's side, because that was a tough test for them, it turned out. How would Bristol Rovers get on against Shrewsbury? Because that's the next match here in round 6. At the Memorial Stadium. Right, Bristol Rovers versus Shrewsbury. How would Rovers get on against Shrewsbury? To be honest, though, looking at the stats, though, I would say Shrewsbury were the better team in this game, but this game ended 1 apiece. Shrewsbury should have scored that then, but they didn't. Or they should have scored that as well. That was a good save by the Bristol Rovers goalkeeper. And then Bristol Rovers take the lead. You got to feel for Shrewsbury there, though, because they've literally been the better team in this game. And then Bristol Rovers take that opportunity and deliver. But I know Shrewsbury, of course, do get one back, and deservedly so, because they did deserve a point at least in this game. I thought Shrewsbury were the better team in this game here against Bristol Rovers, and shows Joey Barton's side have got a lot of work to do. So no, honestly, Shrewsbury deserved that equaliser. Anyway, what's next? Morecambe hosting MK Dons. This easily been MK Dons' best performance of the season so far. However, Morecambe did give it a go because they did have more shots than MK Dons did, but MK Dons had way more shots on target and more possession too. But this match was easily MK Dons' best performance of the season so far. But then again, I would say at the moment, just like Burton, I would say Morecambe and Derek Adams are in trouble at the moment. They've got a lot of work to do if they want to stay up, and Morecambe haven't won a game yet. The Dons absolutely tore Morecambe apart in this game. (2-0). Easy from MK Dons. Then in a minute, it's going to be free. Although Morecambe do have a chance here, which has been brilliantly tackled by the midfield of MK Dons. 3-0. What a goal that is. Morecambe's keeper had no chance. And this is why Morecambe are in the relegation zone, because they cannot win games at the moment. Yes, they have performed so much better than Burton have. Burton have been absolutely shocking so far this season, but this is why Morecambe are in the relegation zone, because they just cannot deliver or win games. And that's why Derek Adams has got so much work to do. Would be a shame, though, if he does get sacked from Morecambe, because I do really like him for everything he did for us. But I guess football's cruel, like I said before. No, MK Dons, though, did deserve that victory. A massive 4-0 win for them. Right, next is Ipswich versus Barnsley. Right, now this is a game Ipswich will be really annoyed about. That was an amazing free kick, though. I'd say that's one of the goals of the season as well. Look at that. What a free kick. Barnsley trying to replicate that amazing Ipswich free kick then, but it didn't work. But they do get a header in instead, and Barnsley do equalise. And then Ipswich... No, Barnsley defend that well. Then again, this was a 2-2 result. So this Barnsley really gave Ipswich a hard time. This game this game was fantastic news for us because we beat Barnsley at home. Ipswich couldn't beat Barnsley at home. So even though Ipswich are top of the league at the moment, and deservedly so, and that's a brilliant goal, though, to give it a 2-1 lead. But Barnsley getting a point at Portman Road, this was a phenomenal result for us from a rival's perspective. I know they're not exactly our rivals, Ipswich, but they will be like rivals for promotion for the Championship, for definite. Barnsley getting a point at Portman Road was fantastic news for us, honestly, because Ipswich will feel so hard done by here. And they dominated this match as well. They had more possession, more shots, and more shots on target. And Barnsley made life so difficult for Kieran McKenna's side. So no, honestly, Barnsley did us a huge favour there, getting a point at Portman Road, honestly, and I can't commend Barnsley more for that. That's brilliant. Right, next is another 2-2 result. As at Sincil Bank, Lincoln took on Fleetwood. Ted Bishop got Lincoln the double lead as well, and then the Imps' lead completely slipped away. To be fair, Fleetwood had more possession and way more shots on target, so they were really the better side. But Lincoln only have themselves to blame for this match, this 2-2 draw, because they let a 2-goal lead slip. Ted Bishop literally made it a double lead for the Imps. And then Fleetwood fought back. So if anyone's got anyone to blame for this, it's Lincoln, because Lincoln were 2-0 up in this game, and then Fleetwood fought back because Fleetwood were by far the better team in this game. I'd be furious if I was a Lincoln fan right now with how this season's gone so far. But Fleetwood deserved the point at least anyway, because they were the better team. Ted Bishop, the single reason why Lincoln were in a winning position. And then they let it slip because Lincoln played awful for the rest of the game. Yes, they had the chances, but Fleetwood were the better team. Here's a Fleetwood chance here. Easy as you like, past the Lincoln keeper. Game on. And then same thing again. I think here. No, not quite. No, they just missed there, Fleetwood. It's here. Yeah. Free header from a cross. From a free kick. I'd be so happy with that if I was a Fleetwood fan. Right at the last minute as well. Lincoln literally let this game slip. Could have easily won this game. And then Fleetwood got a last minute equaliser. So yeah, if I was a Fleetwood fan, I would have been absolutely delighted with that. Which just leaves us with Wycombe versus Charlton for round 6. At Adams Park. This was a 1-1 draw, but this was a game of opposites, to be honest. Charlton dominated possession, but Wickham dominated shots and shots on targets. What a finish that is as well, as the Chairboys take the lead against the Addicts. But then Charlton, of course, fight back. Top right. They fought back immediately as well, didn't they, Charlton? Well, yeah, they've literally fought back a minute after. Then Wickham. Well, they kept on playing, even looking for a penalty. So I have to give them fair play for that. Here comes Charlton again. I think this game was a deserved 1-1 because Wickham dominated attempts and on target, but Charlton dominated possession and still gave it them all themselves. But Wickham's defence handled that Charlton possession pressure. Here's Charlton again. Straight into the gloves of the Wickham keeper. Yeah, 1-1 was a fair result there. Which just leaves us to our most recent round. Round 7. Almost there, almost there. And we start off with a clash in Gloucestershire. Forest Green hosting Shrewsbury. Forest Green will feel hard done here as well because they did dominate this game. On possession, shots, and, well, shots on target was even Stevens, but for most of it, looking at the stats, Forest Green dominated this game, but what the hell was that from the defence? That was absolutely shocking, and no wonder Shrewsbury took a deserved lead there, even though Shrewsbury were second best on both possession and shots during the game. Well, attempts during the game. Forest Green's keeper is fuming. He's there thinking, how the hell have we conceded that? Shrewsbury obviously delighted. Can imagine. If he was a Shrewsbury fan, of course. And this is Forest Green trying to fight back. They couldn't. And then doubling their lead. I'll tell you what, Forest Green's goalkeeper is one angry bloke. And to be honest, I can commend him for that because it shows that you want to do well. And obviously as a keeper, you've got to be angry and shouty. McGee, that's his name. No, I commend him for that. Honestly, I really do. Forest Green tried to get one back there, but it was just wise. But no, that game proves that even though Forest Green I thought were the better team, Shrewsbury were more clinical and deserved the 3 points at the end of the day. Right, next is a Yorkshire clash. Two teams that absolutely despise each other. That took place at Hillsborough. Sheffield Wednesday hosting Barnsley. And I'm going to be honest, just like the Ipswich game, this is another match where I cannot thank Barnsley enough for, because Sheffield Wednesday are another club that I see as a promotion rivals to us. And Barnsley, again, just like in the Ipswich game, did us even more of a favour and beat Sheffield Wednesday at their own turf at Hillsborough. To be honest, though, at the same time, I'm not surprised, though, because the two clubs absolutely despise each other, Sheffield Wednesday and Barnsley. I think Barnsley actually consider the two Sheffield clubs as their two most hated teams, even though Sheffield Wednesday and Sheffield United absolutely despise each other more than anything. But because Rotherham and Doncaster have that South Yorkshire rivalry, because they regard each other as their main rivals. But Barnsley are like an in-betweener because they don't like they can't stand the West Yorkshire clubs as well. Huddersfield, Leeds, Bradford. But no, this was a brilliant result for Barnsley, and to a certain extent, bringing that bias in, a brilliant result for us, Plymouth as well. Because I see Sheffield Wednesday as one of my biggest threats this season, and Barnsley did us a huge favour by beating them 2-0 at Hillsborough. And that corner doubles Barnsley's lead, a free header. Sheffield Wednesday and the home crowd absolutely livid. This is a brilliant Barnsley performance, and this brings Sheffield Wednesday right back down into earth. No wonder Jake wasn't confident for the away trip against us, especially that we beat Sheffield Wednesday 3-0 last season as well. So I guess it brings that factor in too. But no, that was a brilliant Barnsley performance. Sheffield Wednesday did have more possession, but no, Barnsley, more shots on target, more shots. A brilliant Barnsley performance that was. And I'd say that's probably Barnsley's best win of the season so far, actually. Against their biggest rivals in the league as well. They couldn't be prouder of themselves. Right, next is two yellow clubs, Oxford taking on Burton. And this is a match, well, first of all, Oxford should win no matter what, because of how dreadful Burton have been so far this season. But also, this is a match that pretty much puts Oxford right back on track for those mid-table spots and aiming towards playoffs, because that's back-to-back wins now for Carl Robinson's side with this 2-1 win over bottom of the league Burton. And this is also the match, I believe, yeah, it is. This is the match that ended up with Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank's resignation from Burton and the first managerial casualty of the season. After this 2-1 defeat to Oxford. To be fair, that was a bit of a lucky goal, though, a bit of a jammy goal there by Oxford to take the lead, because that did hit the bar. And then it bounced back in Oxford's favour to take the lead. So I think Burton might feel a bit hard done by there. What was Burton's keeper doing there? Absolutely shambolic. A clinical finish there from Oxford's number 22. Oxford's number 22. Kyle Joseph. And Burton's keeper, it went through his legs. Terrible from his point of view, definitely. But Burton, of course, do get one back. Nearly got two, to be fair. That hit the bar. Unfortunate to not get that in the back of the net there, Burton. But back-to-back wins for Oxford. Shoots them up the table. Right, next is Fleetwood hosting Wickham. And you know what's funny? I had this match as a Fleetwood win because I thought Fleetwood might actually give Wickham a really hard time here. And I tell you what, they really did as well. Wickham had a man down as well. In fact, that's the red card right there for Wickham. Gareth McCleary sent off. Wickham going down to 10 men. I want to look at the challenge again. Oh, I couldn't see it that well, but yeah. Just made the game from bad to worse, really, for Wickham, even though they didn't lose this game. Here comes Wickham on the attack, though. And they do take the lead. Wickham do take the lead. Very clinical from them. But then Fleetwood, of course, fights straight back. Very scrappy, bit of a scrappy goal there, but obviously the COD men will take that any day of the week. It's 1-1. But Fleetwood dominated this game anyway. Possession, shots, and shots on target. But to be honest, though, they have been helped by... Oh, no, not really. Not on shots on target. They were both 5 apiece on that. But they were helped, though, by Gareth Ainsworth's side being a man down to 10 men. But I would still call this a 1-1 draw for Fleetwood a fantastic result for them. if they want to stay up this season. As for Wycombe, they've got work to do. Wycombe have got work to do because they, just like Oxford and MK Dons, Wycombe have not had the start they would have liked this season. It reflects on some of their performances. They've had some brilliant performances and they've also had some terrible performances. Right, and now we go into the best match of the season so far. I still cannot believe this happened for us. Absolutely fantastic this was. Derby versus Plymouth at Pride Park. Liam was at this match as well, and I'll tell you what, this was a match of two halves. Because while us, Plymouth, had more possession, more shots and more shots on target throughout the whole game, and more corners, Derby were definitely the brighter starts because they did go 2-0 up. But we did have a shot at the start, though, which was saved by Derby's keeper. But then David McGoldrick bullies past our midfield and defence, and then sets up Collins to give the Rams the lead. Collins scoops past Michael Cooper to give Derby the lead. Then we have another chance. That was a missed opportunity of a chance as well, which was well blocked by Derby there. And then Mendes Lang doubles Derby's lead. So at this point, I was thinking, are we going to bounce back from this? Because I'm not sure. Then we had another shot as well, which was denied by Derby's keeper. Then the second half commenced. And it was Whittaker who put us back in the game. Brilliant from him. But then, the big moment of them all, our hero, Sam Cosgrove. Remember that name? Sam Cosgrove. Completely tormenting Derby this second half. 2-2. We think, at this stage, a 2-2 draw is brilliant for us, considering we were 2-0 down, and I'll take a point at Pride Park any day of the week. And I did say that before the game as well. So I knew it would be a hard game. But then, the phenomenal moment from Cosgrove, right before full time. 3-2 win at Pride Park, and with Sheffield Wednesday losing at home to Barnsley, it makes that win even more sweeter if we want to be promoted. A fantastic second half from Argyle, a fantastic second half from Sam Cosgrove. An inspirational performance from us after being 2-0 down at Derby County, and I tell you what, I couldn't be happier. That's what we need to bring into these next games: Oxford, Portsmouth, Ipswich, Wycombe, and whenever our rescheduled game against Sheffield Wednesday appears. So yeah, because that was an absolute fantastic performance in a massive clash at Pride Park. That wasn't the only massive clash though. There was a massive clash at Fratton. There was a massive clash at Fratton as well, because Portsmouth took on Peterborough. Massive clash, at Fratton Park, because Grant McCann took the trip all the way down to the south coast to take on Danny Cowley's men. And to be fair to Peterborough, they got the start they just wanted. because Portsmouth's defence was all over the place at the start. So, yeah, a dream 1-0 lead there for Peterborough. And they could have made it 2 as well, but that was some save. That was some save by the Pompey keeper. But then Cowley's men fought back. But, well, not that time. That shot just went wide. But they do fight back regardless. Not that time either, but if those two shots would have been more clinical and went in, Portsmouth would have already been 2-1 up. That's their equaliser that they've literally been looking for after those 2 missed opportunities. Pompey equalise. In fact, Pompey win because of Scarlett twice. Scarlett literally snatches the win for Danny Cowley over Grant McCann. This will be seen as a disappointing result for Peterborough as well. There you are, 2-1 Pompey. It's that man Scarlett again. And he single-handedly snatches the win for Portsmouth off Peterborough's grasps. To be fair to Peterborough, they did have more possession and more shots on target, but Pompey did have more attempts. And it's the clinicalness from Cowley's men that won them the game. Right, next is Cambridge versus Lincoln. Next is Cambridge versus Lincoln. To be honest, though, despite the scoreline, which was 2-0 Cambridge, which boosts up their brilliant start to the season even more, this was a hard-done game by Lincoln, to be honest, because they actually didn't play too badly, I thought. Disappointing, though, for definite for Lincoln, but they didn't play too badly at all. Lincoln had 2 missed opportunities here as well. But Cambridge, it's that man again, Ironside. Cambridge literally took advantage of Lincoln's misfortunes. And in fact, Ironside scored in the space of 3 minutes. 2-0. Lincoln will be fuming with that because they've had 2 missed chances and they really did give Cambridge a hard time during this game. But I'll tell you what, I'm already dreading Cambridge away this season because that was one of our bogey grounds last season. And they've been brilliant so far this season, and I'm worried they might do it again against us this season, but hopefully that won't be the case. Like I said, Argyle have to keep winning these games if we want to be promoted to the Championship. But to be fair to Lincoln, they really did give Cambridge a hard time during this game. Lincoln had more possession and more shots on target, but Cambridge did have more attempts and more corners. But Lincoln did give them a hard time. So they'll feel hard done by that 2-0 win for Cambridge, but it does continue Cambridge's brilliant start to the season. Right, next is Port Vale versus Cheltenham. Right, next is Port Vale versus Cheltenham. I'm not going to lie, I thought Vale were the better side in this game. I thought Cheltenham looked woeful. I really did think Cheltenham, although they did have a chance here, and to be fair to Cheltenham, even though I thought Port Vale were the better team, Cheltenham did take the lead. Vale could have struck back immediately, which Cheltenham's keeper denied, and then denied again. It's a fair play to him for that. Then Vale tried again, and then that time they got it. To be fair, the Cheltenham keeper should have done so much better there. And then Port Vale equalised to find a way past the Robins. And then it was 2-1 Port Vale. Much better side, despite Cheltenham taking the lead. And then, eventually, Cheltenham get their equaliser. And they do. Port Vale could have done so much better there to keep that out. And Cheltenham take away 2 points from Port Vale during the game. And you know what's interesting? Vale could have easily had a winner, but Cheltenham's defence did so well there to keep it out. And the game at Vale Park ended 2 apiece. Right, next, Accrington Stanley hosted the league leaders, Ipswich. Now, before this game began, I actually expected this to be a hard game for Accrington Stanley. No, not Accrington Stanley, for Ipswich, sorry. But the Tractor Boys, once again, were comfortable winners. And yeah, I will be honest, they are definitely the best team in League One right now, 100%. The only game that I thought was really disappointing for Ipswich was that Barnsley game, the draw, which, like I said already, was brilliant. Was a brilliant result for us. But they fought back in this game at this away trip to Accrington Stanley, and they fought back brilliantly. Look at that. Easy for them. Although that should have been in. Look at the support they've brought as well. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to credit Ipswich for that. That support they've brought all the way to Accrington Stanley's ground is phenomenal. And then they were just wide with that shot. even when looking for the fans were looking for a penalty as well. But, of course, I know it's a 2-0 win, but as it stands, Ipswich haven't found a way through. But what about this corner? There we go. They found a way through. I mean, they have dominated this game. They've dominated this game. It's Chaplin that gives the Tractor Boys the lead. They have dominated this game, and their chances finally pay off. And then another chance to double Ipswich's lead and seal the win for the Tractor Boys away from home. But to be honest, Accrington Stanley's keeper should have done better there at that moment. So, yeah, no, another brilliant win for Ipswich, and no wonder they're top of the league, despite that Barnsley draw that I think will be really disappointing for them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3 games to go. Next is Bolton versus Charlton. Another, I guess you call, promotion clash looking game. They had 5 shots on target apiece. Bolton had just the more amount of possession, but Bolton had way more attempts than Charlton did during this game. Charlton did take the lead, though. So, fair play to them for that. Much to the absolute despair for Ian Everett's side to concede first at home. Charlton took advantage of Bolton's misfortunes there to take the lead. But of course, Bolton fought back. And that's how they fought back, because Woolacott, Charlton's keeper, ended up being passed the ball, and then Bolton took advantage of that and put it in the back of the net. Then Bolton made it 2-1. Because Charlton's defence were all over the place there. But Charlton then regained possession of the ball as they have another go. And it's just wide. They could have easily equalised there, Charlton. God, they really gave Bolton a game, though, didn't they, during this game? But Bolton were by far the more clinical side, and that's why they won 3-1. Right, 2 more fixtures to go from this round and from the entire stream, actually. Bristol Rovers taking on Morecambe, and then Exeter taking on MK Dons. So, Bristol Rovers versus Morecambe at the Memorial Stadium. Oh, if that went in, that would be one of the goals of the season as well from Bristol Rovers there. It's Morecambe that take the lead, though. Morecambe take the lead. Derek Adams takes the lead against Joey Barton. And now the Gas are trying to fight back. Which they do. 1-1. Here's Morecambe on the break. Oh, that's a brilliant finish. Bottom right corner. Morecambe take the lead. And then Bristol Rovers will try and fight back. Not quite yet, though, because they could have fought back then, but the Morecambe keeper denied them brilliantly. There's the equaliser from Bristol Rovers. To be honest, though, I know they were 2-1 up, but I would be happy with that if I was a Morecambe fan, because Bristol Rovers dominated that game as well. 61% possession to Morecambe's 39, 23 attempts to Morecambe's 8, 7 shots on target to Morecambe's 4, and 11 corners to Morecambe's 2. So Bristol Rovers dominated that game. So if I was a Morecambe fan, I'd actually be quite happy with that point, considering how dreadful this season has been so far for Morecambe. Second bottom, still no wins. They could have won that game, though, as well. So I guess at the same time, it could have been really frustrating for them. Which just leaves us with one more game to wrap up the first 7 rounds of the season. Exeter versus MK Dons. And I'm going to be honest, apart from possession and shots on target, Exeter were by far the better team in this game. And again, it just proves how much of a disappointing season MK Dons have had so far, and also how much of a brilliant start to the season Exeter have had so far. I'll tell you what, it's going to be feisty, isn't it? The Devon Derby on Halloween at Home Park. It's going to be mental because Exeter have had a bright start to the season. Here is a corner from the Grecians. And, oh, not quite. Tell you what, MK Dons' keeper did so well to keep that out then from the Exeter pressure. But now Exeter try and fight back with another shot, but it's well wide. Much to the delight of the Dons fans. But here come Exeter again. Another shot. Oh, if that went in, that would have been a brilliant goal, to be fair. Here's another Exeter chance. Only just past the goal. Still not quite gone in. Been a bit frustrating from Exeter so far. And then the free header gets them the goal. And that wraps up the 1-0 win for Matt Taylor's side. As MK Dons suffer another away defeat. MK Dons had another crack, but right at the end of the game, but it went straight. It went straight to Exeter's keeper, Blackman. And that wraps it up. That was a deserved win for Exeter, to be honest. They had more than MK Dons on everything in that game. And it also sums up MK Dons' disappointing start to the season. And that 1-0 win shows that Exeter's pressure paid off midway through that second half. So, but it was Stansfield's homecoming that stole the show. And the Grecians are 7th in the table, just outside the playoffs. So, that wraps up the first 7 rounds for you. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, that wraps up the first 7 rounds for you. With the next round being played tomorrow night, with obviously us, Argyle, taking on Oxford. So, this will be interesting. So, before I close the video, I am going to go through each club in League One and I'm going to rate out of 10 their seasons so far. Right, so we start with Accrington Stanley. Accrington Stanley, I'm going to give Accrington Stanley a 4. Given how brilliant they were last season, finishing 12th, they're currently 19th in the table, 1 win, 4 draws, 2 defeats. I'd give Accrington Stanley a 4. I'd say bang average, either a 4 or 5 for Accrington Stanley. Probably pushing to a 4.5, I'd say. Barnsley. Now, Barnsley, I'd say a hit and miss. 3 wins, 1 draw, 3 defeats. Just come down from the Championship. I'm going to say a 5. Or between 5 and 6, I'd give for Barnsley. They've had some brilliant performances, but they've also had some performances where they'll be really disappointed with. Who's next? Bolton. Bolton currently 8th in the table. I'm going to give Bolton. I'm going to be honest. Bolton have disappointed me a little bit so far this season. So I'm actually going to give Bolton. I'm also going to give Bolton a 5. That's harsh criticising. I know. Actually, no. Actually, let's push that. Sorry, no. I'm going to give Bolton a 6. I'm going to give Bolton a 6 because I don't think they'll want to be in 8th at the moment. So, yeah, I'll have to give Bolton a 6. Okay, Bristol Rovers just come up from the League 2. They're currently 16th in the table. I'd have to give Bristol Rovers, I'd say a 5. I'd say bang average for Bristol Rovers. A lot of people predicted Bristol Rovers to be higher with the signings they've made and Joey Barton being in charge. But no, I'd have to give Bristol Rovers a 5. Don't think they'd want to see themselves in 16th. Right, next is Burton. Burton easy, a big fat 0. Nothing. They've been absolutely shocking. Absolutely shocking. They've had 1 draw all season so far, 6 defeats. They've been absolutely shocking this season so far. So, yeah, I'm not giving Burton anything from this season so far. Hasselbank has resigned. They've been awful. They've been absolutely dreadful, the Brewers. Okay, who's next? Cambridge. Right, Cambridge. I'm giving Cambridge a 9 because Cambridge are currently 5th in the table. They've had a dream start to the season. They would have not expected that themselves. Yeah, I'm giving Cambridge a 9. Charlton. Right, I'm going to give Charlton a 5. Yeah, another bang average, I'd say. At home, they've been excellent. At away, they've been really unclinical. So I think that's what I'd have to give them for that. Yeah, a 5 for Charlton. And finished 13th last season. They're currently 12th. They haven't moved an inch, really. Who's next? Cheltenham. I'm going to give Cheltenham a 2. They've been unlucky in some games. They were brilliant against Peterborough at first, but then Peterborough fought back to win 3-2. But other games, they haven't been brilliant. I'm going to have to give Cheltenham a 3. Okay. Derby, I'm going to give Derby a 6, the same as Bolton. Them being in 9th, they would not want to be in 9th at the moment. So yeah, I'd have to give Derby a 6. Same points as Bolton as well. Exeter, right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know I'm an Argyle fan. I know Exeter are our biggest rivals. But I'm going to have to give Exeter an 8, honestly, because they would have not expected themselves to be in 7th after just being promoted and a point away from the playoff spots. They've had a fantastic start to this season, by far the best of the promotion teams at the moment. The League 2 promoted teams at the moment. So yeah, honestly, they've had a fantastic start to this season. I'm giving Exeter an 8. Matt Taylor, I'm going to be honest, has to be proud of himself for this season so far. Fleetwood, okay, Fleetwood, currently 15th in the table. They just survived, could have gone down, but they survived because of Gillingham's goal difference. I'm going to give Fleetwood a 6, to be honest, because even though they have had 1 win, 1 defeat, and 5 draws, I would say Fleetwood fans would be quite happy with where they are at the moment. So, given where they finished last season. So, yeah, I'd give Fleetwood a 6, to be honest. Forest Green. I'd have to give Forest Green a 3, the same as Cheltenham. They'll probably have that satisfaction that they are ahead of Cheltenham in the table, but they've had 2 wins, which they'll probably be really happy with, Bristol Rovers and Accrington Stanley, but they also haven't looked good either. And teams like us and Sheffield Wednesday, scoreline-wise, have outclassed them. Sheffield Wednesday tore them apart. I give Forest Green, I'd probably say more a 4 than a 3, because they are, just because of the satisfaction that they are ahead of Cheltenham in the table, but they haven't been great either. So they're between 3 and 4 for me. Okay. Ipswich is no-brainer, a 10. Fantastic start to this season. The 2 draws they've had against Barnsley and Bolton, they'll come away from them both being very annoyed about that. But I'm sorry, you can't, with a club that's finished 11th in the table last season, they had a really disappointing season last season, Ipswich. Even though they didn't lose much last season. They did draw a lot, though. But if you're top of the league, you know you're going to have a 10. And they haven't lost a game yet. So, yeah. Also why Ipswich gets a 10 from me. Okay, Lincoln. Well, they'll be furious that they're 20th at the moment, considering last season, Lincoln finished 17th. Last season, Lincoln finished 17th. And they're currently in 20th. 3 positions below. I would give Lincoln a 2. I'd say in some games, like the Cambridge game, they actually played all right. And then that Oxford game, fantastic win for Lincoln that was. And they were away from home as well. But they'll be really disappointed with their season so far. So, no, I'm going to have to give Lincoln a 2, even though they are ahead of Cheltenham in the table. And I gave Cheltenham a 3, of course. But the reason why I gave Cheltenham a 3 is because also in some games I thought they were really unlucky. Actually, yeah, no, I'd probably push Lincoln more to a 3, but they'll be fuming with that. In fact, I could push both Lincoln and Cheltenham to 2s because Cheltenham had a brilliant season last season. They'll not want to be in 22nd. Yeah, so actually, I'm going to give Cheltenham a 2 and give Lincoln a 2 as well. Who's next? MK Dons. Disastrous start to the season for MK Dons. Honestly, them selling Darling and Twine has just literally costed them so far this season. They're getting a 3 for me, MK Dons. Actually, no. I'm going to give them a 2. I'm going to give them a 2. They'll be furious with the season they've had so far. They shouldn't be in 18th, given that they nearly got promoted last season. So yeah, I give Dons a 2. Harsh, but I would. They've been dreadful so far this season. Not where they would want to be. Morecambe, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to give Morecambe a 1. Although, to be honest, they have. I know, just like Burton, Morecambe are the other team that haven't won a game yet. But unlike Burton, Derek Adams' side has shown way more fighting atmosphere than Burton have all season so far. And they have had 4 draws so far this season, 3 defeats. They're on 4 points, Morecambe. They're only a point behind Cheltenham as well, Morecambe. So don't count them out yet. I think they will push for that first win of the season soon. I'd have to give Morecambe a 2. No. Actually, no. I'd have to give Morecambe a 1. Like, you're going to be ranked low if you haven't won a game yet this season, but definitely not a 0 like Burton have. So, yeah, going to give Morecambe a 1. Oxford. Now, Oxford, they'll not be happy. They won't be happy. I know they're 11th in the table and now ahead of Charlton, but they won't be happy with their season at all. I'm giving Oxford a 4. Their 2 back-to-back wins were against Burton, bottom of the league, and Cheltenham. 2 games that on paper Oxford should really be winning anyway. And then their other victory was against Cambridge, who have had a brilliant start to the season. So I'd say that is the highlight for Oxford so far. But that defeat to Bristol Rovers and also that defeat to Lincoln have proved why Oxford have not had the start they would have wanted. So I'm going to give Oxford a 4, even though they are 11th in the table. Peterborough. I'm going to give Peterborough a 7 because in some games they've been absolutely brilliant. They've been absolutely brilliant. Like Sheffield Wednesday at home. But other games, like away to us, they've been really disappointing. And their away form has taken their toll because they lost to Derby away as well. So Grant McCann, with the experience he's got on bringing that side straight back up to the Championship, I don't think he's going to be, even though they are in the playoffs, I don't think he's going to be pleased with 6th place. So I'm going to give Peterborough a 7, but nevertheless, still a very good start for them. Right, next is us, Argyle. I'm sorry, I'm giving us a 9, 100%. Not been perfect because we have lost twice this season. We haven't drawn a single game yet this season, but 5 wins, the same as the top 2, Ipswich and Portsmouth. Those 2 defeats are exactly why we don't have a 10. But no, I'm giving us a 9. Fantastic start to the season for us. That Peterborough win, those wins against Barnsley and Bolton, although Barnsley and Bolton, of course, did give us a hard time, but we still ran out brilliant winners for them. And then best of all, that away win at Derby just puts the cherry on top of the cake. Honestly, Argyle have had a fantastic start to the season. The only thing that lets us down from this season was that 5-1 defeat to Charlton. And that's why our goal difference isn't very high. But that's the only blip, and plus losing twice, and we shouldn't have lost to Fleetwood anyway. So yeah, I'm going to give Argyle a 9, maybe 8.5, but we have been brilliant this season so far, from the first 7 games. So yeah, I'm going to give us a 9, but could lean towards 8.5. But definitely ahead of what I've ranked Peterborough and why I'm going to rank Sheffield Wednesday. Portsmouth also a 10, just like Ipswich. 5 wins, 2 draws, 0 defeats. Danny Cowley has had a fantastic start to this season. 5 wins in a row as well after 2 draws at the beginning of the season. 5 wins in a row is fantastic for Danny Cowley. And already in 7 games, I'd say both Portsmouth and Ipswich look so much better than they have done throughout the entire of last season. They're both going to be up for a serious push for promotion to the Championship this season. So yeah, Pompey get a 10 from me. They've been wonderful this season so far. Right, Port Vale. Port Vale are a tough one for me because they are hit and miss. because I had them to go down this season, and they did win and get into League One through the playoff final. So I'd actually say, with Port Vale being ahead of teams like Accrington Stanley, Lincoln, and MK Dons and Cheltenham in the table, I'd be pretty pleased if I was a Port Vale fan. So just same points as Bristol Rovers in the table as well. And also, for a bonus for Port Vale, they are ahead of the League Two champions of last season, Forest Green. The League Two champions are bottom of the league of the promoted teams, so that's not good for Forest Green at all. I'd have to give Port Vale. What did I give Bristol Rovers? It was a 4, wasn't it, or was it a 5? Yeah, I'd have to give Port Vale a 5 because I think they'll be pretty tough with being 17th, to be honest. Because I think most people had Port Vale to go straight back down, which leaves us with 3 teams to go. Sheffield Wednesday. I'm going to give Sheffield Wednesday an 8. Actually, no, because some of their performances, even in those wins they grinded, like the Bolton game and the Charlton game, they haven't been as good as the top 3, Plymouth, Portsmouth and Ipswich, in my opinion. I'm going to give Sheffield Wednesday a 7, the same as what I gave Peterborough. Because with some of the games, Sheffield Wednesday, especially the Barnsley game as well, I think they're going to be... I know they've won some of their games, and obviously they were brilliant in that. They were emphatic in that 5-0 win over Forest Green, but that was expected anyway. But in some of the big games, like against Barnsley and against Peterborough, they lost those games, and they were awful in that game against Peterborough as well. And then those wins against Bolton and Charlton, they grinded as well. Charlton and Bolton, I thought, were both unfortunate in those games. So I'm going to give Sheffield Wednesday a 7. They'll be happy with being 4th, but they also won't be happy with their start compared to what the top 3, Ipswich, Plymouth and Portsmouth, have done compared to them. So no, I'm going to give Sheffield Wednesday a 7, exactly what I gave Peterborough. Shrewsbury, I'm going to give Shrewsbury... Considering that I gave Shrewsbury, considering that Shrewsbury finished 18th, I'd actually say Shrewsbury's had a very good start to the season, being 13th, and they're ahead of Wycombe as well, and MK Dons. So I'm going to give Shrewsbury a 7, and I know that's odd to give me them the same ranking as Peterborough and Sheffield Wednesday. Actually, no, that's a bit too high, I'd say, for Shrewsbury. I'm going to give Shrewsbury 6. I think Shrewsbury fans will be chuffed with being 13th so far. So yeah, I'm going to give Shrewsbury a 6. Not great being in 13th, but at being the first team in the top half of the bottom half of the table, I'd be pretty pleased with that, to be honest. Mid-table, comfortable, League One. And I think they will stay in League One for another season. And that leaves us with Wycombe. I'm going to give Wycombe before, the same as what I gave Oxford. Disappointing start, I'd say, for Ainsworth's side. 14th, 2 wins, 2 draws, 3 defeats. In fact, I'm pushing to give Wycombe a 3 because they haven't... In some games, they've been brilliant, but other games, they've been absolutely... They haven't been the standards they'd want to be. Their 3-0 win was against Burton, who are a joke right now, bottom of the league. But they also got hammered 3-0 by Bolton. They lost at home to Shrewsbury. They lost to Exeter. Oh, they had a brilliant game against Barnsley as well. That Barnsley performance is what sums it up for Wycombe, really. But no, I'm going to give Wycombe a 4. They haven't been the standards they would have wanted to be. So yeah, and that pretty much wraps up League One so far from the first 7 games. So before I go, I'm gonna wrap it up by reading out the table. So in last place, this is the bottom 4. So as it stands, Burton, Cheltenham, Forest Green, and Morecambe will be relegated to League 2. And as it stands, Ipswich and Portsmouth will be promoted to the Championship, with Plymouth, Cambridge, Peterborough and Sheffield Wednesday battling out in the playoffs, which, as it stands, Plymouth would have Peterborough in the semis and Sheffield Wednesday would have Cambridge in the semis. But obviously, it's 7 games out of 46. It's still early days. But anyway, 24th and last place is Burton with 1 point. No wins, 1 draw, 6 defeats. 23rd is Morecambe. No wins, 4 draws, 3 defeats, 4 points. 22nd is Cheltenham. 1 win, 2 draws, 4 defeats, 5 points. 21st and the last one of the current bottom 4 is Forest Green. 2 wins, 1 draw, 4 defeats, 7 points, -9 goal difference. 20th is Lincoln. 1 win, 4 draws, 2 defeats, 7 points, -5 goal difference. 19th is Accrington Stanley. 1 win, 4 draws, 2 defeats, 7 points, -2 goal difference. 18th is MK Dons. 2 wins, 1 draw, 4 defeats, 7 points, -1 goal difference. 16th is Port Vale. 2 wins, 2 draws, 3 defeats, 8 points, -3 goal difference. 16th is Bristol Rovers. 2 wins, 2 draws, 3 defeats, -1 goal difference, 8 points. 15th is Fleet. Excuse me. 15th is Fleetwood. 1 win, 5 draws, 1 defeat. 8 points, 0 goal difference. Fully solid. 14th is Wickham. 2 wins, 2 draws, 3 defeats, 8 points, and 0 on goal difference. 13th is Shrewsbury. 2 wins, 3 draws, 2 defeats, 9 points, -1 goal difference. 12th is Charlton. 2 wins, 3 draws, 2 defeats, 9 points, 2 for goal difference, +2. 11th is Oxford. 3 wins, 1 draw, 3 defeats, 10 points, 0 goal difference. 10th is Barnsley. 3 wins, 1 draw, 3 defeats, 10 points, +1 goal difference. 9th is Derby. 3 wins, 2 draws, 2 defeats, 11 points, +1 goal difference. 8th is Bolton. 3 wins, 2 draws, 2 defeats, 11 points, +2 goal difference. 7th, and just outside the playoffs, Exeter. 3 wins, 2 draws, 2 defeats, 11 points, +5 goal difference. Now the playoff positions. 6th is Peterborough. 4 wins, 0 draws, 3 defeats, 12 points. 5th is Cambridge. 4 wins, 1 draw, 2 defeats, 13 points, +1 goal difference. 4th, Sheffield Wednesday. 4 wins, 1 draw, 2 defeats, 13 points, +5 goal difference. 3rd, us, the mighty Plymouth Argyle, Green Army. 5 wins, 0 draws, 2 defeats, 15 points. 2nd is Portsmouth. 5 wins, 2 draws, 0 defeats, 17 points, +9 of a goal difference. And at the top of the table is Ipswich with 5 wins, 2 draws, 0 defeats, 17 points, +10 of a goal difference. So that wraps up the table, and that indeed wraps up the live stream. It's been nearly 6 hours, so I can't believe this is probably my longest stream to date, actually. And thank you guys for watching. If you haven't, when you do, because I know there's no listeners at the moment. So yeah, I will catch you in my next video. Also, the Argyle Way Plymouth Oxford preview at 12 o'clock. I'll see you then. Cheerio.